Thanks again for taking my AZ900 certification course, where I'm going to prepare you to take and pass the AZ900 certification exam as quickly and easily as possible. So I've created a study guide, and my study guide is great for those that are neurodiverse. So if you have any types of neurodiversity, ADHD, ADD, it's all very friendly to those with those types of issues. There's no overwhelming colors or fonts. It's a consistent layout throughout the guide. Now, I'm an actual professor. I do teach college, and I have a lot of neurodiverse students in my classes. So I understand what it takes in order to properly teach people with neurodiversity. So I tried to make it as easy as possible. And even if you don't have neurodiversity, say you're neurotypical, it's still going to make it easier to study without distractions. This is Microsoft Study Guide from the link that you see at the top. And I'll go ahead and put these links in the description. But this is really just an empty template. That's all it is. It doesn't actually give you any information in their study guide. They just have a list of things that you need to study. It doesn't have any descriptions whatsoever. But below, the second link is going to be Microsoft's basic but incomplete study material. But basically, you would just read through this, and it takes about 30 minutes, and it doesn't really prepare you to take the test. But I've gone ahead and included these links anyway, so you can go ahead and take a look at those if you'd like. Now, my study guide, I used the Microsoft guide from that previous slide, that top link. I downloaded it, but then I filled it all in. I filled in all the relevant information for passing the test. Now, I've been in this business a long time, not just as a professor, but also as an IT consultant, a sysadmin, and I've had lots of different roles over the years. And so for me, passing the test wasn't as difficult because I'm not new to this. As a matter of fact, I went ahead, downloaded the Microsoft guide, filled it all in, and I took the test 3 days later and passed it. So you're going to see a lot of free videos in this course description in the guide that I'm going to provide you. And like I said, I passed this very quickly in 3 days. I just got 4 questions wrong, I believe, and I went ahead and looked up afterwards what those that I got wrong, and I went ahead and updated the study guide to make sure it was all correct. So there's no cost to you for all these videos. You can go ahead and click on the links next to each of the study guide descriptions. So let's talk about the exam. You want to take the exam, you're not really sure what you're going to see. All the stuff that you see online is not exactly what is going to be on the exam. So let's take a look. In the US, it's going to be $99. It's going to vary in various different countries, so I don't know what it will be in your country, but I just know in the United States, it's $99. They give you 60 minutes. That is universally true. However, if you have some sort of neurodiversity, you can request additional time when you go to sign up for the test. And it usually takes a few extra days, but they'll go ahead and approve your extra time if you have some sort of issue that requires it. Now, according to the sites like Microsoft and various others, they all say, oh, you're going to get 40 to 60 multiple choice questions. Not always true. I had 34. I don't know why I had 34 and why it says 40 to 60, but that's exactly what I had. Now, as far as answers goes, you're going to see drop downs, multi-answer, single answer, and drag and drop. So the drop down basically is you'll be asked a question, you hit the drop down arrow, you choose which one is the right answer. And there's many questions that have multiple drop downs, 3 or 4 drop downs in a particular question. Then you're going to see some multi-answer where you're going to select multiple, like A and C or B and D, things like that. There are some single answer. There's actually not a lot of single answers compared to all the other types. And then there's drag and drop. Now, drag and drop is a little bit tricky. I misread the first drag and drop, and I had to go back and find out exactly what I had done because the second drag and drop I saw said that you can only use one answer one time. But another drag and drop question said you may be able to use the answers multiple times in multiple places, and some answers you may not even use. So you drag from left to right, and then that's how you answer the question. Make sure you read each question that has a drag and drop to see whether it's you use only the answers on the left once or that you can reuse them and some will not be used. That's going to make a big difference in answering the exam questions. There are no case studies, so you don't have to worry about that. Those are going to be obviously in other Azure types of exams, such as the next one, which is logical, which is the AZ 104. So when are you ready to take this exam? Well, with experience, you can use this study guide and watch the free videos, and you can go ahead and take the exam fairly quickly once you feel like you have a good handle on this, you've taken some of the practice quizzes, and you've done very well on them. Now, if you have zero experience or very little experience with Azure or with IT in general, then you should probably take a course. You could take a course at your local college or university. You could also go to ascendeducation.com. I've made a lot of videos for ascendeducation.com's courses, such as the AZ 104, AZ 900, a lot of CompTIA tests like Network Plus, A Plus, etc. So I do have a history with ascendeducation.com. I went to them and I said, hey, can I get a discount code for those who would like to take this test? And they said, sure. So you're going to get 40% off for 1 year. So you'll be able to have the course for 1 year for $199. Now, I don't get any kind of a cut out of this. This is not me trying to sell you on something. This is me trying to properly prepare you for the AZ 900 exam. So if you have little to no experience, I don't think that this guide is going to be enough for you to pass the test, because you may not understand the terms that I talk about in this course. So this way you'll have all the information you need, and then you'll come back to this prep course, and then you can go ahead and pass your test. Let's take a look at the guide. And here is the Microsoft Study Guide. This is in Word format, but it's also going to be available in PDF as well. And here you can see that everything fits on one page. So once again, I'm trying to make this as friendly as possible so you don't get overwhelmed with information. So this is the Microsoft template where I filled it all in. If you take a look at the audience profile, then you can see basic information about what it takes to pass this exam. So you need to understand these various different prerequisites. Once you feel you understand what compute, networking, and storage are, etc., then you can go ahead and move on to the next step. If you don't understand any of these things, then I recommend that you go to the Ascend Education course. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and collapse these. Now I'm going to go on to describe cloud concepts. These are, once again, pulled right from the AZ900 course from Microsoft. And then it's going to finish up with additional study items. The additional study items are basically just things that I found that were relevant that weren't necessarily in these first three sections that Microsoft recommended. So that way you'll have all the additional terms and definitions for passing your exam that may not have been included in the Microsoft document. So if I expand the first chapter of these three chapters, you can see that you've got describe cloud computing. I went ahead and described what those are for you. Now, next to each one of these, I haven't recorded them yet, but by the time you see this, you'll see a link to the video that explains what you're seeing here. Some people learn better by watching videos. Some people learn better by reading. But either way, I've got both of those covered for you. So if this particular section on describe cloud computing, for instance, doesn't make a lot of sense, then it's possible that you may need to watch the video to go along with it. So if you're confident about some of these different subjects, great, you can move on to the next subject. But if you're not, you can go ahead and watch the accompanying video, which is free on YouTube, and that will give you better ideas of what's going on. Plus, most of the videos have demonstrations as well, so that will give you context and understanding to what it is that you're reading. If any area is something that you don't need, you can go ahead and collapse it and go to the next section. So once you read define cloud models, you can see public, private, and hybrid. Great, I watched the video that comes along with it. I can go ahead and collapse that. Once again, trying to keep you from being overwhelmed with information. So I can go ahead and collapse each one as I read it and study it. Now, again, as a professor, one thing that I recommend is that you take notes. Even if you never look at those notes again just by writing notes down, things that mean something to you or help you to study further. By writing things down, that will help you remember twice as much information than if you just read it only or watch the video only. Even if you never look at it again, just by writing it down. Studies have shown you'll remember twice as much. So it's a great idea to go ahead and write down some notes as if you were listening to a lecture by a professor in your school. All right, so all these different areas, we'll go ahead and collapse the first chapter. We'll go to the second one. All these different areas give you an idea of what's going on. This is all research that I had went ahead and done. Of course, research online as well as experience that I have. I've gone ahead and added all this in for you. I've added some graphics along the way as well. And you'll see more graphics and, of course, demonstrations in the videos themselves. So we've got these 3 chapters. Once you're done with the 3 chapters, go ahead and take a look at the additional study items. As I had mentioned, there's some terms that you should be aware of in these study items because they did not show up necessarily in Microsoft's study area from those links I showed you earlier, but I did notice that these types of terms were something that may show up in your exam. So go ahead and take a look at those so you understand them. Now, I'll also have a practice quiz as well that you can use. Now, it'll be in Word as well as PDF format that you can go ahead and use and study from. So that is our Microsoft Study Guide for passing the AZ900 exam. Good luck on your exam. Be sure to watch the videos as many times as you need to totally understand all the different concepts and keep the study guide handy. In our AZ900 course, one of the things you're going to need to understand is how to describe cloud computing. Well, cloud computing is the delivery of computing services, and that includes a lot of different things we call resources, such as servers, storage, databases, networking, software, analytics, so many different things. And we call these things resources within the Azure environment. Now, you typically only pay for cloud services that you use, helping you to lower your operating costs. And you can run all your infrastructure in the cloud, you could run it on premises, or you can do what's called a hybrid type of configuration where they exist in both areas. Now let's take a look at what's called the shared responsibility model, and this is a big part of the AZ900 examination. So here you see 4 different types of platforms. You see on-premises, infrastructure as a service, or IaaS, platform as a service, and software as a service. Don't worry if you don't totally understand these yet. I'm going to go over those in detail throughout this course. So what you're going to see is responsibility. Responsibility is a big part of understanding the AZ900 exam. So if you're on premises, that means obviously you have total control over everything. Azure has control of nothing. So you're going to go ahead and take care of the information and data, the applications, the operating system, all those different kinds of things. Now, if you go ahead and say, use the Azure service for creating a virtual machine, that's going to be called infrastructure as a service. So Azure is going to take care of a few things. It's going to take care of the network. It's going to take care of the data center, which is a physical building. It's going to take care of the hosts themselves. But you're going to be in charge of everything else, the operating system, network controls, applications. You decide what goes on that server. The next step over is platform as a service. Now we have some shared responsibility, which is an important thing to understand. So as far as Azure is concerned, they're taking care of the operating system now and everything that goes beneath it. But you're going to have shared types of responsibilities. When it comes to network controls, basically Microsoft Azure is going to create the networking devices, the resources, such as the network interface card, the network security group, all these different things that you'll understand more of as we go along in this course. But you're going to be in charge of setting what IP address is going to be on there. They take care of the network card. You take care of what an IP address is set. Same thing with the applications. You can install the applications, but Microsoft can go ahead and make those applications available to you. And then identity and directory infrastructure as well. That basically allows you to go ahead and use accounts that you've created, which is directly above it, something you're responsible for. And when that account logs in to Azure, then they provide what's called identity services. They will authenticate the user for you. You put in the username and the password, and then Azure will say whether or not that's correct and allow you or block you from getting access. That's identity and directory infrastructure. It's shared. You created the users, you log in, they decide whether or not to allow you to get in if that information is correct or incorrect. So that gives you an idea of what the shared responsibility is, and it's a very important part, as I've mentioned, of this exam. And then you have software as a service, which is where you do very little. You obviously are going to need to create things like accounts and devices and things like that. But if you're using something like Microsoft 365 Office applications, that's a great example of software as a service. They provide all the software. You install it, you go ahead and create the identities and license the users, but they provide all of the back office infrastructure to make those applications work. That's the shared responsibility model. Let's take a quick look at what the Azure portal looks like to give you an idea of how this all works. Here is the Azure portal. So when you log into the Azure portal, you're going to see various different Azure services. Now, you see there's no current resources. I'm going to be creating resources, showing you how to create resources, how to pick their correct options that make sense for your organization, and also help train you to understand how the AZ900 exam can be passed. So I'm going to click on More Services because this only gives me a few of the Azure services. If you take a look at More Services, oh wow, we've got hundreds and hundreds of different services and resources that you can create, license, and use. Now, are all these important to you? No, they are not. Most of these services you will never use and are not going to be important to you as a sysadmin. That's because within all these services, you've got tools for DevOps types of employees, you've got services for programmers, database administrators, sysadmins, help desk, all different types of job titles. And some people have multiple different job titles depending on the size of their organization and the size of their IT team. So I'm just going to focus on things that once again help you pass the AZ900 exam throughout this course. I'm going to do all different types of demonstrations that will help you with that end goal in mind. So this is the Azure portal. It's not the last time I'm going to show it. This is the first time. You're going to see a lot more of it, and you're going to see a lot of demonstrations coming up. You won't need to memorize every different type of Azure service that is available, but I will show you ones relevant for passing the AZ900. In this video, we're going to talk about defining the cloud models that include public, private, and hybrid. And once again, I've copied this information from the Microsoft template, and I've filled in all the good stuff so you understand how it all works. So let's start with the public cloud model. In the public cloud, services are offered over the internet, and they're available to anyone who wants to purchase them. That's an important thing. A public cloud allows anyone to go ahead and purchase services and resources from Microsoft Azure, such as servers, virtual machines, storage like cloud hard drives. They are owned and operated by a third-party cloud service such as Azure. There's also Amazon Web Services and others. Not all of the different types of resources that we're going to talk about in this course are going to be controlled by Azure. Some are going to be controlled by AWS and others. The reason I mention that is because the exam covers a tiny bit of other types of cloud services when it comes to Microsoft Azure being able to support those other cloud offerings. So when that makes sense, I go ahead and tell you about that, and you'll see that as this course goes on. Now, you've got the next one, which is going to be a private cloud. And once again, this doesn't matter where you're going to be doing this, the public, the private, or the hybrid. It all is the definition of a cloud model. So a private cloud is going to be owned by the client and requires a lot of outlay of cash. And we call this capital expenditure. It consists of computing resources used by users from a business or an organization. For example, I rent a cage at a data center. In that data center are my servers. And I'm going to be demonstrating some virtual machines from those servers. As a matter of fact, you're going to see some in this particular video as well. That means that I put out the cash for those servers, and then I rent that space in the private cloud. It's not on premises. It's in a private data center owned by an organization that I rent from. Now, the last one is going to be hybrid. This is where you have a computing environment that's going to combine the public cloud, which is the first thing mentioned, and the private cloud. Now, in some cases, the private cloud really is just servers and things on premises, but it's available to people, say, who are working from home or, say, working in a hotel. It's still considered the cloud, even though it's on premises at your location, because it's available through the internet cloud. That's why it's called cloud computing. So whether you're using the servers in a data center, such as I am, or on premises, such as some people do in certain organizations, then it still means a private cloud or hybrid if you're using both private and public. So those are your three different cloud models. Public, available to everyone; private, cash outlay, capital expenditure by the organization; or hybrid, where it's both. Here's one of my servers that is in my private cloud. So here you can see Hyper-V running a lot of different servers. Some of them are running and some of them are off. But this is a physical server I've remoted into using remote desktop from my IP address, which I've locked down in my firewall. So it's not publicly available. It's just privately available to me and anyone else that I allow through my firewall. Now, if I minimize this, I've set up a remote desktop connection to multiple different servers. So one of those servers is going to be a server that's also a domain controller. So if I open this up, you can see under Tools, Active Directory Users and Computers. This is my local Active Directory configuration. Now let's take a look at another server where I've gone ahead and logged in to Microsoft Azure. So I'll open up all services. I'm going to go to where it says Microsoft Entra ID, which is something similar to Active Directory as far as it does contain users and groups. It does contain a lot of things that are similar to Active Directory, but it's not the same thing. And that will make a lot more sense as we go through this course. I'm not going to overwhelm you in every single video with too much information. I'm going to give you just enough information to take you to the next step. So if I go to users, for instance, you'll see a list of all my different users that are in Entra ID. Now, it doesn't cost anything for Entra ID or to add users, but if I license those users, then it's going to cost additional money. So for instance, if I go into my other tab that I have open at admin.microsoft.com. This is the admin center for Microsoft 365. And you can see that in the admin center, I've got the same users. They show up here as well because it's synchronized between these two websites. So what's the difference between the Entra ID portal and the admin portal at Microsoft 365? Well, in the admin portal, I can buy things. Can't do that in the Azure portal. So in the admin portal at Microsoft 365, I can go to purchase services, and here I can purchase licenses for Entra ID, for Microsoft 365 Office, and for all those different services that I showed you that are running in the Azure portal. So if I choose to buy one, I can go ahead and apply it. And I'll be doing that a little bit later on in this course so you understand how to purchase licenses, apply them to users, and then use them. All important information in the AZ900 exam. These three different cloud models are used by organizations around the world. So be sure to have a clear understanding of them as you saw here. I've showed you the different cloud models, but I didn't really explain how or why you would need a public, private, or hybrid type of situation. And that's important information for you to know for the AZ900 exam. So let's take a look. Why would you need a public cloud resource? Well, you might have some fluctuating and unpredictable workloads. In a physical model in a private cloud, you might have some problems with upgrades. If you suddenly need more RAM, you might need to order it and wait several days for it to show up, or you might need to drive to a store and purchase it if there's a store like that in your area. Now, that is going to require you to pay out of pocket to purchase it, and then you're going to have to install it or pay someone to install it. So that's going to cause a problem if you have fluctuating or unpredictable workloads. Say this week you have a much higher workload on your servers because more users are in it. Next week you have less. Does that mean that you just wasted money on RAM? It could be. So having the ability to go up or down in resources is a great example of using the public cloud. Developing and testing. You can provide your organization with a way to have dynamic resource allocation and services to quickly set up servers and storage and other things as needed. So let's say you wanted to test this new software and you don't have any additional compute capabilities with your existing physical servers. So what do? Well, you can spin up a virtual machine and go ahead and install that software, test it out, and then when you're done, shut it down, and you're done paying for it at that point. Another good thing to do is storage and backup. Now, what I've always done with the storage and backup for my clients is you have to install the backup software and the backup storage on premises or in their cage, say at a data center, and go ahead and back up the data there. But that's not the only place I like to have it backed up. I also like to have a second copy in the cloud. So that way, if something happens physically to my backup device, I have a backup in the cloud. Now, I don't necessarily want to just back up to the cloud because if I need to do a restore of a lot of data, it can take a long time and it can cost a lot more money. So I want to have both so I can decide to which way to restore my data, whichever way makes the most sense at that time. Now let's take a look at the private cloud. Well, you may need to have the private cloud for security and compliance reasons. There are some organizations that just require you to have 100% control of your servers and your data. I can give an example of, say, financial and maybe even health types of records. In some cases, you may not be in compliance by using a cloud resource. You also might have what's called sensitive data. So you need to store and process highly sensitive data where external sharing is restricted. And there's various different what's called vertical markets that have those types of requirements. Control and performance for companies that require significant control over their IT workloads. Now, it may not be for compliance reasons. It may be for performance reasons. So, for instance, if you were to open up a file that's several gigabytes in size, say a graphics file for some sort of types of graphics project you're working on, it may take too long to download that from Azure in order to manipulate that file, make changes, upload it again, and then download it again a few minutes later. If it takes too long, that's a performance issue. And you may decide that having it in your own private cloud or on premises is really going to be the way to go. What about a hybrid type of a situation? Why would you need to have both? Well, workload optimization. This is going to allow organizations to place specific workloads in the most appropriate environment. For instance, storage with graphics, once again, that might make sense on premises or in your own private data center. Email may not make sense to have on premises. It might be better to have that in the cloud. It might be easier for users who are remote to be able to access their email than it would be to go to your own private data center or on premises where you may not have as good of internet connection, or you may not have someone who specializes in email troubleshooting. So Exchange Online, as I had mentioned, email is a great way to go. I used to install Exchange servers on many different organizations private or on-premises servers. The problem is it's kind of buggy and it requires a lot of cost to the customer to keep it going. So for just $8 or $9 a month, it was just much more feasible to go ahead and move that into the Azure cloud, to go ahead and let Microsoft go ahead and manage that instead of dealing with the constant bugs and outages that you would get with Exchange on premises. So that's a great example right there of hybrid. Also, I like to synchronize my users that are on premises into the Azure cloud. The reason for that would be for single sign-on. Let's say you go ahead and log into your computer, your users log into their computers on premises. They're going to authenticate to the local Active Directory, but now they want to open up Teams or Outlook or some other application that's at Microsoft or has an agreement with Microsoft for single sign-on. What happens is your username and your password, your authentication scheme, gets copied up to Azure. So when you go ahead and open up a Teams meeting, for instance, you don't get prompted again for your username and password. You've already been authenticated. That authentication has gone from on-premises up into the cloud and over to Teams to be able to go ahead and run it. It saves the users a lot of time, especially when you have multi-factor authentication that you would have to type in multiple times, or you'd have to open an app multiple times on your phone, and that kind of frustration really builds up with employees. You do it once when you first log in, and that's it. It's called single sign-on. It's a part of the AZ900 exam. It's a good idea to familiarize yourself with these types of examples, and you may be presented with an example that needs to be matched up with a cloud model in your AZ900. Our next topic is going to be the consumption-based model with cloud pricing options and what's called serverless computing. So let's take a look at that. The consumption-based model is a model where you do not pay for anything until you start using the resources, and you only pay for what you use. Now, if you stop using that resource, you stop paying for it. It's what's called an operations expense, or OpEx, an important part of this AZ900 certification prep course. There are 3 ways to pay for your Azure resources. Let's take a look at those. The first one is going to be pay as you go. Microsoft offers this option where you can go ahead and pay for each of your different resources on a monthly basis or annual basis as you need them. As soon as you stop using them, then you no longer have to pay for them. Now, one way you can save a lot of money is what's called a spot instance. Azure lets you buy unused computing power at a discount of up to 90% off, which is fantastic. However, these spot instances can be interrupted on short notice. So let me give you an example. Let's say you are logged into an Azure data center using a highly discounted spot instance. Well, what happens is if all of a sudden Microsoft has a surge in use by paying organizations that are on the pay-as-you-go plan, which is the premium way to go, then your spot instance is going to be cut off from those resources. So you don't want to use it for anything production-wise. You just want to use it if you have to test something out where it's okay if it suddenly shuts down. Another thing is called a reserve instance. Now, I really like this because it allows you to save up to 72% off compared to pay-as-you-go models. However, you have to reserve 2 years, 3 years, however long it is that resource is allowed to be reserved, and then you can save that money. So Microsoft is saying that if you're going to guarantee us a certain amount of money, we're going to guarantee you this discount. Now, you don't have to worry about your service being cut off like you do with Spot Instance, because this is information you are reserving, and you are contracted to be able to have that bandwidth available. Let's take a look at something called serverless computing. There's no visible server to the client. This is a cloud model where the cloud provider manages the infrastructure and allows you to focus on creating the code and pay only for what you use and not for any idle servers. Now, despite the name, there's still a server involved, but you have no way of logging into it. It's invisible to you, and you don't have to configure, scale, or maintain those servers. It is truly software as a service with no back end that you need to even manage. It's called serverless computing, but as I mentioned, there are servers, so don't get that confused when you're taking your AZ900 exam. What about types of resources that can be used for serverless computing? Well, you can use Azure Functions, that's an important one, container applications, Azure SQL, AI Foundry, Cosmos Database, and Databricks. And finally, machine learning. These are all types of resources that you can reserve without ever having to log into the server. You simply go to the Azure portal and you go ahead and start using that resource after you've gone ahead and licensed it and applied it to a particular user or tenant. A tenant is a group of users that are all in the same organization and under the same subscription. And I'm going to show you how to create a subscription in an upcoming video. I'm back in the Azure portal, and here you can see once again all the different types of services and resources that you can use. But of course, you have to go back to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center to license a lot of these resources. So for instance, on the left-hand side, you're going to see something called Marketplace. Now, in some cases, you're just going to see another option called Purchase Services. They both do exactly the same thing. For some reason, in the Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365 world, they haven't completely decided on which way they're going to go. So sometimes you'll see one, sometimes you'll see the other. So in my case, I see what's called the Marketplace. So I go to where it says All Products. Now I can go ahead and search for any product that I'd like, but there are some recommended products that are already in the list. And what I like about this is, for instance, we see Visio, which is one of the Microsoft Office applications. It tells you how much it's going to cost you. Now, in this case, you're seeing the cost per month. In other cases, you'll see the cost per year. So be very careful when you choose your plan, because sometimes they're going to be annual fees, you're going to be billed up front, and some are going to be month-to-month licenses. And if I click on the details for Visio Plan 2, for instance, then it's going to show me the cost and give me the ability to purchase it. But it's also going to give me a comparison. So take a look. Visio Plan 2 is $15 a month. Visio Plan 1 is $5 a month. But you can go ahead and see the difference on what's included in those plans. Sometimes you have to expand the different arrows to see everything, but you'll be able to see all the different included apps and features with each one, so you can decide which way is better to go. Now you can also choose the free trial. The first time you use any product, you'll get a 30-day trial. So I'm going to go ahead and choose that, and if I like it, I can go ahead and purchase the service by choosing the purchase option at the end of the month. And you'll be reminded to do that through email. So it's going to give me 25 licenses. I'll choose Try Now. And then once it's approved, I'll be able to go into my users in the 365 Admin Center and apply it to that user. Then I'll be able to download the software and go ahead and use it. I'm simply just going to go ahead and get this license and apply it to the user in this video so you'll understand how it works. So I'll go to Assign Users. And now I'm going to go to Users and Active Users. Now this is a different tenant than what was shown in a previous video. So you see a lot more users here, which is fine. I'll go ahead and select Al, for instance. And when I select Al, I'm going to go to where it says Licenses and Apps. Now look at all the different licenses that I've already purchased or on a trial version, such as you see with Visio Plan 2, that I can apply to this user. I've already applied my Office 365 E3 license, which means that I have email for this user. I can also check these other boxes, such as Visio Plan 2, and then all I've got to do is to assign that to that user and save it. My changes have been saved. Now I can close that. And now Al can go ahead and download Visio from Microsoft and license it using this Visio license that I just assigned to Al. And you can do that with so many different types of licenses from the Marketplace. Simply type in what type of license you'd like in this search box, and then you'll be able to go ahead and purchase or use the trial and assign it to the user as you just saw. Multiple objectives were covered in this video and are going to be very valuable for passing your AZ900. Don't forget to take notes so you have that ability to recall that information when needed. We are in our AZ900 journey towards certification, and this next Microsoft topic is to describe the benefits of using cloud services. So here are some cloud benefits. Cost. Now, once again, this is information that is given by Microsoft to help you pass the AZ900 certification exam. However, it doesn't mean that it's going to be true in production. So they're saying that cost is a cloud benefit. I have found a lot of times that it costs more to use the Azure cloud for certain resources, but it costs less for other resources. So let's just go ahead and pretend that we're saying that cost is the benefit when it comes to the AZ900 exam in all cases. So moving to the cloud helps companies optimize IT costs. And that's because it eliminates what's called capital expenditures, or CapEx. You don't have to buy hardware, you don't have to buy software, you don't have to pay somebody to continue to set it up and run it and update it, all those different things. And of course, pay to rent the rack at the data center. There's also electricity to be involved and cooling. And sometimes it makes more sense to use the public cloud or private cloud so you don't have to worry about that. For instance, at one point, I could get faster internet connection at my house than I could at the office that I was renting for my business. And the best I could get was DSL at that time because this was the early 2000s. But at my house, I could get megabits of speed. It wasn't gigabit at that time, but it was definitely much faster than DSL speed. So I had all these servers at my house, but then I found the electricity was costing so much, the air conditioning, the extra cost for electricity, the noise, things like that. So even though I could service my customers better in the early days of cloud computing, and the cloud was actually at my house, then I was able to eventually move those off to data centers later on, which of course made my wife and family very happy. They didn't have to listen to the noise and deal with the heat. Then you've got what's called the speed improvement, which is where most cloud computing services nowadays, not necessarily 20 years ago, but nowadays they have much faster speeds that you can get there. So for example, at the data center that I currently rent from, I have 1,000 megabits or 1 gigabit upload and download. Now, typically your cable service that you're going to get at most homes is going to have a good download, maybe a gigabit or faster, but you're not going to have that good of upload. And that's because most homes don't have fiber types of connections. They have cable, which doesn't have that synchronized upload and download speed. Scaling, global scale. The benefits of cloud computing service include the ability to scale what's called elastically. So that means that you can add more or take away compute services such as RAM and storage and of course your CPUs and the speed of your network. You can increase or decrease or even do what's called horizontal scaling, where you can add additional servers when needed. All those types of scaling requirements that your organization might have are much easier to do in the cloud than they are on premises or in your own data center that you're renting. Productivity. On-site data centers typically require a lot of different hardware setup and patching, lots of time-consuming types of things. Now, depending on the type of cloud model you use, whether you use infrastructure as a service as opposed to software as a service, then infrastructure is still going to require a considerable amount of productivity, but it's not going to require a lot of hardware expenditures or any because of the fact that Microsoft takes care of that for you. Then you have performance. You get to choose the performance for your resources. So for instance, for virtual machines, you can decide how much RAM to load into this, how many virtual CPUs that you'd like to have, what type of speed you'd like to have, the hard drive types. For instance, you can use regular hard disk drives, which run at 7,200 RPMs, or you could run solid state drives, which run much, much faster, but then again, of course, they cost more to run. So you decide the performance based on what you want to pay. And of course, reliability. Cloud computing makes backup, disaster recovery, business continuity, high availability, all those different things are much easier because they can happen on the fly, and Microsoft can keep multiple different copies of your resources, either in the same data center, different data centers, or completely different geographic regions. Security is going to be a relative type of thing. If you have total control over your own computing devices in your on-premises or private data center, then you get to control the security. But if you're using Azure, they will control that security for you, and that could be a lot less expensive for you because of the fact they're securing a whole lot of different organizations all at once. They have a lot of different policies which help you be compliant with various different types of certifications, such as ISO and things like that. Microsoft has a whole list of different certifications they have for compliance at their site. I've gotten into various different Azure data centers over the years before they were even called Azure data centers. For instance, I went to relocate Microsoft Xbox. They contracted with me and my company to relocate from the MSN headquarters many years ago to go to a data center. And one of the interesting things I noticed was the security was very strong. You had to walk into what's called a man trap, where it's sort of like a phone booth. You walk in one side, they take your credentials, such as your driver's license, and if you are not allowed to be in that location, then they send for the police and lock you into this man trap. If you are going to be allowed in because you do have the proper credentials, then they open up the other side and you walk through it. That's just one of the many different types of security that you're going to see at an Azure data center if you're invited to go in. For the Azure AZ900 exam, there's many benefits for using cloud services that you just heard in this video. You might find yourself answering a question about one of these benefits in your AZ900 exam. Let's take a look at the benefits of HA, or high availability, and scalability that's in the cloud. You might have noticed that I'm in a new studio. I actually have multiple studios from which I'll be recording this course. High availability allows us to have the same resource copied or replicated to another location. Now, it could be another host within the same data center, or it could be in a completely different data center or in a different geographic region, or all three. It just depends on how much you would like to pay for how much high availability to you. So if any one of those hosts goes down, say you have a virtual machine, then you'll be able to continue running on one of the other copies. Now, vertical scaling is something that you definitely want to know about, because you're going to want to know the difference between vertical scaling and horizontal scaling for your AZ900 exam. Vertical scaling is going to allow us to vertically scale, say, a virtual machine where we add more resources. So for instance, let's say we need more RAM, we're running out of RAM. Let's say that we need more virtual CPUs and possibly faster storage or more storage. That's called vertically scaling, because you're scaling up the original resource, in this case, a virtual machine. Now let's talk about horizontal scaling. That's a little bit different. So instead of scaling up, we're scaling out. If you have a single virtual machine that's being overwhelmed with various different users accessing the virtual machine, try going horizontally. That means adding a second, a third, a fourth virtual machine. It's not adding any additional resources to the virtual machine you're using. It's just adding additional resources. You're going horizontally. And then you have disaster recovery. So let's say that some data got deleted and that data replicated to a whole bunch of different locations. Well, that's a problem, because just the fact that it's being replicated doesn't mean you can recover it. You have to have backup copies of your resources. And you can back those up online, you can back them up on premises, or both, whatever it is that you'd like to do. When that data gets deleted or it becomes unusable and then the replications are unusable, you can go ahead and recover from a backup. We have local redundant storage. So that's going to give us copies within the local area that we currently reside. So we're going to see a minimum of 3 copies spread out in the same region, but in different data centers. Then we have the geo-redundant. This is going to be spread out in separate regions. So if there's an earthquake in one region, our data is still safe in another region. I've created an Azure virtual machine, and what I'd like to do is to set up some vertical scaling. And what that means is I'm going to be able to add additional CPUs, RAM, I can even add additional hard drives as well. So once I'm in my virtual machine, I can go down to where it says availability and scale. Now I'm going to go to where it says size. I'll click on size. Take a look. The one that's highlighted, that's the one that I picked during the creation of the virtual machine. So I have 2 virtual CPUs. I have 8 gigabytes of RAM, and you can see that it's using the 4 data disks. Vertical scaling is all about increasing the resources on an existing device, such as this virtual machine, whereas horizontal scaling is all about adding additional devices, such as more virtual machines. Vertical scaling is going to be doing something as changing this from this 2 CPU setup to a 4 CPU setup, going from 8 gigabytes to 16 and 4 data disks to 8. So if I click resize here, it's going to go ahead and vertically scale my existing server. You can also see that I can choose a completely different CPU altogether if I'd like. And there's lots of different CPUs. Make sure that you have applications that are compatible with the various different CPUs before you go ahead and change, because some of these are legacy CPUs that may actually cause certain applications to not work correctly. High availability using replication of storage and scaling resources are 2 ways you can keep resources running for yourself as well as your clients. I'm going to describe the benefits of reliability and predictability in the cloud. Now, it's important to understand the difference between reliability and predictability for the AZ900 exam, so keep that in mind. For reliability, the important thing is to be able to recover from a single failure. We need to be able to recover from a failure and have it continue functioning, no matter what type of resource or software it is. So it's a very important part of Microsoft's Azure framework when it comes to making sure that the customer is always being taken care of by having the resource up and running. It doesn't always work, but it works most of the time. Then we want to make sure that we're serving the client. So if you're reserving a resource that, say, is a website where clients connect to that, you want to make sure that they're always up. You want to make sure they are reliable. Now, predictability is a slightly different type of term that you're going to need to understand the difference between predictability and reliability. You need to predict the need for resources. So instead of making sure that the resource continues to stay up in case there's any problem with one of the copies of those resources, predictability says we need to make sure we know how many resources are going to be needed for this resource. For instance, let's take a virtual machine once again. We need to predict how many resources, how much RAM, how much CPU, how much hard drives, and the speed of the hard drives, of course, as well. So if we predict this incorrectly, we can either vertically scale by adding more resources, or we can horizontally scale by adding additional virtual machines. Either way, this can be automatically set up, or it can be manually created. Now, for automatic to work, you need to enable something called auto scaling, load balancing, and high availability. And then all these different things will happen for you. So that way it takes the labor out of predictability out of the equation, because Microsoft's going to automatically do this. Now, if you don't have auto scaling turned on, that's okay. You can still manually vertically scale or horizontally scale your resources as needed. Now it's time to look at the benefits of security and governance in the cloud. We'll start with governance. That has to do with government and corporate standards. So the benefits of security and governance in the cloud center, and it doesn't matter which cloud you pick here, is going to be enhanced protection, compliance, and control compared to on-premises solutions. Of course, you're going to have more control when you have your data and your servers on premises, but the type of compliance I'm talking about are the standards that are upheld within the government and with corporations, such as the ISO standards, HIPAA, Sarbanes-Oxley, things like that. These are all part of governance. Now, it's possible your corporation may also have certain types of corporate standards. We can also refer to those as governance. It's just governance by the corporation themselves. Now, security is going to include multiple different Azure products, such as Azure Threat Protection, Defender for Cloud, Zero Trust, and more. These different products all work together. For example, Microsoft Defender for Cloud is going to enhance protection through Zero Trust-based network segmentation, as well as data encryption. It's also going to help with compliance, with certain compliance, again, with governance, either with the government or with your corporation. And it's also going to help you be in compliance with having backups for disaster recovery, as well as reducing security burdens that you saw earlier in the shared responsibility model. Now, there's three different types of clouds. There is the public cloud, the private, and the combination hybrid cloud. So keep in mind that of all these different types of clouds, the most secure is going to be the private cloud. However, between the public cloud and the hybrid cloud, hybrid is the next most secure, followed by the public. And the reason for that is because the hybrid has at least part of the data held privately. So that's going to give you the same security level as the private cloud itself. But it does have some public types of components to it, or access to it. And so the public cloud, of course, is going to have just public access only, which makes it the most vulnerable. Now, it can be more or less vulnerable depending on how compliant you are with governance as well as corporate standards. The next part of our AZ900 exam training is going to have to do with the benefits of manageability in the cloud. How do we manage our resources in the cloud? What are the benefits? Well, as far as the manageability and the benefits in the cloud, it does include a lot of different features, such as streamlined administration, automation, cost optimization, and enhanced governance for compliance. So instead of physically managing our on-premises infrastructure, manageability in the cloud provides lots of different tools that we can use to control those resources, and we can do it remotely. Now, we can do that with a centralized dashboard. The Azure portal is going to provide this user-friendly interface to manage all of your different resources, including things like virtual machines, databases, storage, virtual accounts, various different things I've demonstrated in previous videos and will demonstrate in upcoming videos on how to manage. It's going to eliminate the need for multiple different tools. And from the web console, you can also open up command line interfaces, such as Bash from Linux, as well as the Azure PowerShell. We can access this from any internet-connected location. So admins can manage resources from pretty much anywhere with your internet connection. And this provides a lot of flexibility. You also have reduced operational overhead, such as having to apply updates, manage hardware, ensuring uptime. This is if, of course, you use the platform as a service or software as a service. If you're using the infrastructure as a service, then you will have to do your own updates and various other types of work, like managing the network. Let's take a look at managing our resources using command line. Here is the Azure portal, and you've seen this multiple times already, where we can go into Azure services, we can click on more services and see all the different services and resources that we can manage. However, if you take a look at this one icon here, you can see Cloud Shell. I'll click on Cloud Shell, and it's going to open up the Cloud Shell. It will give me the option for Bash or PowerShell. This is also known as the CLI when it comes to the AZ900 exam, so keep that in mind. So I can open up either one of these. I'll choose PowerShell. You're going to be prompted for no storage account required or mount an existing storage account. I've already got an existing storage account, so I can go ahead and choose that if I'd like. I'll choose my Azure subscription. I can also use an existing private virtual network if I have one. I don't, but that is something to be aware of. So I'll apply. So I'm going to choose to select an existing storage account. If you don't have one, then let Azure create one for you. This allows you to save a lot of the commands and responses inside Azure. If you don't choose to have a storage account added or use a storage account, then the next time you go in, you may have to re-enter a lot of the different PowerShell commandlets that you won't necessarily want to have to manually type out a second or third time. Now, if you are never going to type those again and it doesn't matter, okay, fine. Then go ahead and choose the option on the first screen where you don't need a storage requirement. You could also go through the motions of creating a storage account as well. But I already have one, so I'll go ahead and choose to select it. And I'll choose my resource group. I only have the RG1 that I'm currently using. And I've got my store that I've created earlier. And I'll need to create a file share to go with it. I'll call it AZ Store and click Select. Now it's deploying that storage, and look at that. I now have PowerShell into the Azure cloud. So from here I can create resources such as virtual machines, I can edit existing ones, pretty much anything that I can do within the web interface. I can now do this within Azure as long as I have the correct modules loaded and I have the correct commandlets that I need to type. For instance, I can type in get dash and hit the tab key, and if I choose yes, it's going to show all the different commandlets I can go ahead and type. So this is one quick way just to see all the different ones. You could also type in the pipe more command, which will show one page at a time instead of scrolling through all of them. So this is how you can access and add various different Azure services and resources within the Azure portal. Now, for the AZ900, one thing to keep in mind, you can do this from any operating system that can access the Azure portal. You can do it from Linux, you can do it from Macintosh, you can do it from all these different mobile types of operating systems as well. So keep that in mind for the AZ900. Early on in this course, I did show you some cloud models, but in those cloud models, I didn't go into much detail because I was focused on the shared responsibility model. However, I'm going to go into more detail now with the different cloud service types. The first one is going to be infrastructure as a service. That's where you have more control by the client themselves. So infrastructure as a service, or IaaS, is going to be the most flexible because you have total control. It has the maximum amount of client control. The cloud, in this case Azure, provides the hardware, it provides the server, it provides the network, although you can decide what IP address the network's going to have, and it provides physical security. No one can get into that data center without being authorized. Now the client does the rest. Now if you're going to do what's called lift and shift from on-premises Active Directory into the Azure Cloud Entra ID, which is another type of directory, that is also considered infrastructure as a service. The client is going to manage those resources, run updates, as well as installations. Now, the next thing we've got is platform as a service. Platform as a service is sort of a middle ground. It's going to be where the cloud does physical security, network, maintains operating system, databases, development tools, and the client does the rest. Clients create the applications and do data mining, accounts, and identities, but the cloud provider is going to be responsible for the operating system, as well as the hosts and the physical network. This is what's referred to as a consumption model because you pay for what you use. Azure provides the databases and infrastructure that you're going to be able to use whenever you'd like. Then you have software as a service. Software as a service is going to be the most complete service for clients. The cloud does everything except identity, which is creating the users and giving them access through role-based access control. That's going to be shared by both parties because Azure is going to maintain the database, but you're going to add the users to it and give them the access. It is the most expensive option, but it's the least configured by the client. The client basically is mostly in charge of what type of software to rent. In this case, there's many different types in Microsoft 365, and the client also is in charge of who gets onto the system and what access they have. Here's an example of infrastructure as a service. So if I go into portal.azure.com and click on virtual machines, then you can see the virtual machine that I had previously created. If I click on that virtual machine, I can go ahead and make a lot of changes to it. I can make changes to who has access, but I can also connect to it. I can run all the updates. I can change the storage. Pretty much everything is going to be as the client's responsibility, with the exception of that physical security and the server itself, as well as providing a network connection. Now let's take a look at a software as a service option. I'm in the Microsoft 365 portal at admin.microsoft.com, and on the left-hand side, you can click on Show All. What this is going to do is show me all the different admin centers that I can manage for software as a service. For instance, I'll click on Exchange. So when I open up Exchange, this allows me to make a lot of changes into the Exchange admin center for each user. I decide what the usernames are, what the passwords are, all within Microsoft 365. I decide what licenses to add as well. However, once that's done, Microsoft is going to manage the mailboxes. It's going to manage the hosts that run the operating system as well as the Exchange application. But from here, I can make some other changes, such as admin roles. I can choose who's going to be an admin. I can also migrate users. I can create reports to tell me how things are going. And I can create other types of mailboxes, such as public folders, as well as room resources. So various different staff can go ahead and reserve rooms or resources like a television or a computer, things like that. All that's up to me, but Microsoft is going to manage it all. They're going to do all the updates to Exchange and to the Windows operating system on which it resides. That is software as a service. Now, I didn't show you platform as a service, but as far as the AZ900 goes, keep in mind that databases are one of the biggest parts of using platform as a service. You bring in the application, but you store it on a database that Azure is then going to manage. In the previous video, I showed you the various different cloud service types, but I didn't give you an example of how and why you would use them for certain types of cases. So, cloud type use cases. You've got hosting virtual machines, websites, disaster recovery solutions, lift and shift. These are all parts of infrastructure as a service. Next, you've got platform as a service, and this is going to be used by developers for providing what's called ready-to-use development and deployment applications in this environment. It simplifies the application development as well. It makes it much easier to develop applications, connect them to databases, and get them to work. It also works with Internet of Things or IoT applications. Keep that in mind. And business analytics without having to manage any of the underlying infrastructure. And finally, we have software as a service. As far as examples goes, this is great for end users requiring accessible, ready-to-use software solutions, such as Exchange Server, which I showed you in that previous video. Also, CRM, the customer relational management types of applications, project management tools, e-commerce platforms. That's where you have no setup or maintenance. They're already created for you. All you have to do is create the users, give them access, and start using the application. These are all great examples of how and when to use certain cloud models. Keep them all in mind for your AZ900 exam. I'm in the admin portal, and if I want to add in some additional licenses, I can click on Purchase Services and start purchasing the services for my users and assigning them to them. However, if I want to obtain some resources, not licenses, then I would need to go into the Azure portal at portal.azure.com. Resources are different than licenses for various different products in Microsoft 365. Resources include storage, virtual machines, databases, and other things such as that. I'm going to go ahead and choose a virtual machine. I'm going to create a virtual machine and make it available to people to be able to access remotely using remote desktop. So I'll click on Create. Now I have several options. The first is virtual machine. Another is a virtual machine scale set. So this is going to allow things like load balancing as well as batch management, multiple different options for syncing up virtual machines. Then I have presets. These are preset configured virtual machines that are going to have various different resources attached, such as RAM, CPU type, storage type, things like that. And then I have a hybrid option. So once again, pre-configured. This is going to be a kit for Linux and Windows for Azure Arc hybrid infrastructure. We go into Azure Arc in detail in this course. So I'm going to choose the virtual machine. Since I already have a subscription, you can see it shows the default subscription here. If you don't see one, you'll have to sign up for one before you can go ahead and get this virtual machine going. Now I need to have a resource group. So by default, there are no resource groups because this is a brand new account. So I need to create a new one. So I'll click on Create New. And I'll call it RG1 for Resource Group 1. Take a look at the right-hand side of the screen. It's starting to show what my estimated monthly costs are going to be. And every time I add in some additional resource, it's going to increase or decrease that cost depending if I add or decrease the amount of resources for it. Now I need to give it a virtual machine name. And I'll call this VM1. For virtual machine 1, and now I need to choose the location that's closest to me for the fastest response. Next, I can choose an availability zone. So if I choose an availability zone, you can see I've got the virtual machine scale set, which is going to distribute that virtual machine across zones and fault domains. And I've got the availability set, which is going to automatically distribute the virtual machines across multiple fault domains. But if we do this, you're going to see the cost go way up. So I'm going to choose the no infrastructure redundancy required because it's going to add a lot of cost to my virtual machine. Next, I need to choose an image. So I'll hit the drop down and you can see a lot of Linux, various different versions of Linux, as well as Windows servers. There's also an option for Windows 11 Pro as well, if you would like to add in a client instead. I'll choose the 2025 Data Center Azure Edition, 64-bit, of course, they're all 64-bit at this point. And now I need to come up with a username. Now, the username cannot be administrator. It has to be something else because administrator is something that's not unique into Azure. I've chosen WinAdmin, and you can see that it went ahead and passed all the requirements. Now I'm going to put in a password. You need to have at least 12 characters, and it cannot be an empty password. After adding the password in twice, we've got the option for public inbound ports. This is an important part for the AZ900 certification because you're going to need to know the different ways that people can access your virtual machine in Azure. So by default, it's going to allow RDP or Remote Desktop Protocol, which is a pretty common way of accessing a server. If I choose the drop-down, I also have the option for HTTP, HTTPS, and SSH. I'm just going to choose Remote Desktop because it is going to be the most common way of accessing. And I have the option for, do I have an existing server license? The answer is yes, I do have existing server licenses, but if you don't, just go ahead and leave that blank. Now I'm going to choose that, yes, I confirm I do have this license available. Now take a look at the right-hand side. We can see what our cost is going to be. $105 is the estimated cost. However, it could be hundreds of dollars more. It could even be thousands of dollars more. It just depends on how much you use the server, how much data you put into it, take out of it, and various different applications that you add to it as well. Now, technically, I could just go ahead, review, and create, but I want to do some more customizations. Starting with the size of the disk. Here you can see the disk size is 127 gigabytes, standard for any Hyper-V virtual machine, and then we have the type of storage. So if you take a look, premium SSD is going to be the default. If I go with standard SSD, it's going to be less expensive, and standard hard disk drive is going to be even less expensive than that because it will be slower. Now notice that you also see locally redundant storage. That means that the data is going to be replicated to another server host within a single data center. I'm going to go with the standard SSD. I'd like some speed, but I don't want to pay the extra amount. And then we have the option for key management. So you can choose to manage the keys yourself or allow the platform, which is going to be Azure, to manage the keys. And this has to do with disk encryption, such as with BitLocker. Underneath that, we see the Enable Ultra Disk Compatibility. This is going to provide even faster throughput if you would like to pay extra for that. And if you need additional hard drives, you can choose to create and attach a new disk. This will add a G drive or an F drive, whatever drive letter you'd like to call it, to your storage if you would like to use it. I'm going to click on Networking. By default, it's going to create multiple different network objects. You see a virtual network, which is going to be typically on the 10.000 network, as you see here under subnet, but you can certainly change that to be a different subnet if you'd like. Then a public IP address. It's going to create a public IP address, typically on IPv4, but in some cases you might see an IPv6 address. Then you see the NIC network security group. By default, it's going to be set to basic. And this is a little bit like a firewall or a filter. It's going to allow or block various different IP addresses if you would like to do so. So I could choose advanced if I'd like, and I can create a group that's going to allow various different users to log in, whether it's from a private network or a public network. Now, do I want to allow public inbound ports? By default, it is yes, set to remote desktop 3389. But once again, you can go ahead and change that as you could previously. If you don't check the box for delete public IP and NIC when the VM is deleted, then you'll continue to be charged for those resources. So when you delete the virtual machine, you want to delete those as well, if that's the way you'd like to do it. Another option for increasing speed is accelerated networking. That will be an additional charge. And you can also load balance your virtual machine. If you're choosing to have multiple different virtual machines, this may be a good idea if you have a lot of high traffic. I'm not going to choose that. I'm going to click Next for management. And by default, you're going to see the Enable Basic Plan for free. This is Defender for Cloud. So if you go into Defender for Cloud, you should see this server in there, and you'll see whether or not it's compliant. If you'd like, you can log in with a Microsoft Entra ID account instead of the local username and password that I set up. You'll also need to set up the role-based access control for that user to be able to access it. You can choose to enable auto shutdown so the server will shut down at certain times, and you can also add backup and enable disaster recovery. These all add additional costs. Take a look at Hot Patch. If you enable Hot Patch, it's going to allow you to use auto updating without having to restart the computer. You can also uncheck that if you don't feel that you need it. But in most cases, it's a good idea because you won't have to restart your computer when updates happen. Under orchestration options, this has to do with how updates are applied. You can see that Azure is going to go ahead and take care of this, but you can also choose the manual updates and others if you uncheck other options like the hot patch. And then reboot setting, reboot if required, or you can say to never reboot, so that way you don't have any reboots happen when it's not convenient, and you can do it when you'd like to. Now I'll go on to monitoring. And as you will see in studying for the AZ900, you can enable recommended alert rules. So I'm going to go ahead and check that box. And you can see a new box pops up, and here you can see here's how I'm going to be notified, and here's what's going to be the thresholds. This is going to be important information to have for your exam, such as the CPU is greater than 80%. That's going to trigger an alert. Available memory bytes is less than 1 gigabyte. That's going to be another one. You can see all these different areas are going to trigger alerts, and you can say who it is you would like to have an email when that happens. You can also change this percentage that you see here, and you can add additional ones if you'd like. I'll click Save, and we'll scroll down. You may decide to have application health monitoring. So you could check that option, and then you can see the health monitoring configuration option pop up, which you can then configure. This is also important information for the AZ900 exam. I'll choose the default information and click Save, and now application health monitoring has been turned on, and it will let me know if there's any issues with any of my applications running on this virtual machine. Boot diagnostics has to do with the computer when it's booting up. So if it has any issues with starting, then you're going to get the boot diagnostics in a log file inside the management website for the virtual machine, which you'll see in a little bit. I'm going to click Next for Advanced. Here I can choose to add a virtual machine application to install onto my virtual machine if I'd like. I currently have no application, so I'll just go ahead and go back. You can add that in a different part of Azure. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. You can add these later if you'd like, such as adding in a host group and capacity reservations. I'm going to move on to tags. Tags are also an important part of the AZ900. This allows you to group your resources into various different names and values. It's really helpful for setting up billing to various different clients or different departments within your organization. And you can have a single resource in multiple different tags if you'd like. So I'll give this a name. I'll call it tag 1. The value is going to be HR, so it gets billed to the HR department. And here you can see the resources that I would like to go ahead and bill. So I'm going to uncheck, select all, and I'll just say, let's just bill HR for the disk and the public IP address, for instance. And I can go ahead and add additional ones if I'd like. I'm going to do next, review, and create. And now I can create my virtual machine. The virtual machine creation usually takes about 5 minutes, and it will let you know when everything's been created. Then we can take a look at the resources and see what resources were created when creating a single virtual machine. You can see that the deployment is in progress, and take a look at all the different resources that were created with just one virtual machine. An IP address, a network security group, a virtual network. All these different areas are created as resources just with this virtual machine. My virtual machine has been created according to the message at the top that you can see here. I'm going to click on Go to Resource, which is going to be my virtual machine that I just created. I'll go ahead and close that message. Look at all the different ways that you can manage your virtual machine. You've got access control and activity log, the tags that were created during the installation. We've got networking changes that can be made, various different ways to connect, lots of different settings here. What I'd like to do is connect using remote desktop because that's what I had set up. So I've got this public IP address that you see here. So I'm going to go ahead and select it, and it opens up my IP information. I'm going to go ahead and copy that IP address, open up remote desktop by going to search box and typing in remote desktop and opening up the remote desktop connection. Now I'm going to paste in the public IP address and connect. Now I need to make sure that I use my WinAdmin name. So I'll go ahead and change the name and the password that was created when the virtual machine was being created. And now it's opening up my newly created virtual machine using remote desktop into Azure. During the creation of this virtual machine, there were a lot of areas that are covered in the AZ900 exam. So make sure that you go back into those areas again if there's any areas that might be confusing or need more clarity, because it's going to definitely help you pass the AZ900. Now we see the standard startup options when you're first starting up a new virtual machine or any Windows Server operating system. And you also see this option to go ahead and try Windows Admin Center and Azure Arc. I'm going to choose to not show that at this time. We will be going over Azure Arc a little bit later on in the course. Now I have the connection complete using remote desktop, and of course I can go ahead and click the Start button and start using Windows Server 2025 in Azure. Let's take a look at how we can create a storage account and then add storage in Microsoft Azure. So I'm going to click on storage accounts, and if you don't see this here, you can just type in storage accounts at the top where you see this search bar. So I'll click on storage accounts. So the first thing I need to do is to create the account. This doesn't create the storage, it just creates the account for the storage. So we'll go through the wizard. You have to already have your Azure subscription set up. If not, go ahead and do that first. Now we have the option for the resource group, just like when creating any other type of resource. I'm going to choose the same resource group that I created for my virtual machine. You could also create a new one by clicking on this link. Now I'm going to give this storage account a name. And I've called it store 101010, just so I could use a name that has not been used before. Now I need to select the region. And by default, since I chose the initial resource group that I already used, it picked the same region, which I'm going to stick with. Now we need the storage type. There's a difference between Azure Blob Storage, or we have the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, and Azure Files. So Azure Files is something we're going to be able to access using SMB or NFS for Linux, and that's not what we're going to want to do for this particular type of storage. I want it to be unstructured storage, so I'm going to choose the Azure Blob Storage. There's also options for tables as well as queues for things like databases. I'm going to choose the standard performance because it's going to be less expensive, but you can choose what works best for you. Premium, of course, is going to be faster. Now we have the redundancy option. Let's take a look at that. We have local redundant storage. So that's going to give us copies within the local area that we currently reside. So we're going to see a minimum of 3 copies spread out in the same region, but in different data centers. Then we have the geo-redundant. This is going to be spread out in separate regions. So if there's an earthquake in one region, our data is still safe in another region. This is going to be more expensive, so I'm going to choose the LRS. That will give me basically what I need just for this demonstration. So I'll click Next. Now we have options for requiring secure transfer for REST API operations. Many of these are not going to be important for the AZ900, although they are important for when you create the storage in your organization for production. But I'm going to skip past a lot of this just because it's not going to be important in this particular case. There is one area that is going to be important, and that's the cross-tenant replication. So if we choose this option, it's going to allow us to replicate this data to a different account. So if you click on the eye, you can see that it's going to allow us to go to a different tenant altogether. So if you have multiple different tenants, you can replicate that data to those other tenants. In my case, I don't need to do that. Now I've got the access tier, hot, cool, and cold. So hot, of course, is going to be for data that's accessed frequently. And cool is going to be infrequently, so it's going to be less expensive. It's also good for backup scenarios. Cold is going to be when things are rarely accessed, and also choosing for backup scenarios as well. I'm going to choose cool in this case. I don't need the most expensive or the least expensive. Now we have networking. Do I want to be able to access this data from the public network? You can certainly enable this or disable this if you'd like. You can also create a network security perimeter where you can allow certain subnets to be able to access this only. In my case, I'm going to allow public access just for this demonstration. I can enable from all networks, or I can enable from specific virtual networks and IP addresses. I'll choose all networks for now. I can go ahead and change that later if I'd like. I can also create what's called a private endpoint to allow this private connection to this resource. So that allows connections to be created within the storage account or private link center. This part isn't going to be germane to the AZ900, so we'll just continue moving on. However, this area is, and that's going to be routing preference. So Microsoft Network routing is going to be less expensive. And that's because the request to access the storage is going to go from your computer to the internet. Then it's going to go to the Azure cloud, and if it's not in the Azure cloud you connect to, it's going to use Microsoft's routing within its own data centers to get to that resource. If you choose internet routing, then it's not going to go directly to Microsoft's data centers. It's going to go through various different internet routes until it finds the data center where the resource is stored and then access it. That is more expensive as well as slower and not recommended. I'll click Next. This area is important when it comes to the soft delete. If you enable soft delete, then it will allow you to come back in and undelete any files that you might have deleted up to a certain amount of time. In this case, you can see you can undelete them for up to 7 days. But if you do enable this, it makes it more difficult to delete it, Because if you decide to delete that resource storage later on, then you have to go and delete all the backups of this before you're able to delete the actual storage resource. So in my case, I don't need that, but that's something that you should be aware of. And the same can be said for containers as well as file shares. I'm going to skip past the rest of these as they're not important for the AZ900 and click Next. Then we have the encryption type. This part is important because you have to decide between Microsoft managing the encryption keys or you managing the encryption keys. Now, if you do it, it does require some extra setup to do. Now, I have done this for customers before where it was required by the client or the vendor that the client was purchasing from, but they always give you specific directions on how to do this as far as the keys themselves and what menus to go through. So it's an extra several steps and not something I really recommend unless you have that type of a scenario. I'm only going to enable support for customer managed for the blobs and files only. And keep in mind that this cannot be changed afterwards. I'm going to click Next. Once again, we have tags. Here's where you decide who is going to get billed for this. It has nothing to do with the performance or the cost of the resource. It just allows you to go in and say, we are going to call this one a specific name, and we're going to bill it to a specific department or client, and then you're going to decide what resources you're going to bill for those. And I'll click Next. But keep in mind, you can create multiple tags for a single resource. And there's no error, so I'll go ahead and click Create. Here you can see the deployment is in progress, and it will let you know when it's done so we can go to that resource. It's complete. I'll click on Go to Resource, and here I can manage the resource. I can make changes to a lot of the different settings within the resource itself. The next step is going to be create my blob container, or in your case, if you're using Azure file shares or tables, something like that, you would use to create those types of containers. These are not the same as containers on a Windows server that holds an application. This is the container for the storage itself. So I'll click on Storage Browser on the left-hand side, and here's the different types that I can create, such as I can create a blob container, and I'll call this Blob Demo. Now you cannot use numbers in here. You cannot use uppercase characters. It's all got to be lowercase characters and something that has not been used. By default, you can see there's no anonymous access. You cannot change that. And we'll click Advanced. You can also add encryption to this if you'd like. In my case, this is just a demonstration, so I'll just go ahead and click Create. The encryption process is not part of the AZ900 learning material, so we're not going to worry about that. Now I've got my blob demo, so I'll go ahead and click on that. So I need to add a directory, just like adding in a folder, for instance, on a Windows computer. And I'll call it blob demo directory and click OK. Now, if I were to install Storage Explorer on my computer, I could use it to upload and download storage files as I needed into Azure. So for example, I can go ahead and choose to upload a file from my computer. And I'll go ahead and browse to my C drive, and I'll find a file that I can go ahead and upload. I'll double click on Data, and there's a file called Test1. So now I'm going to drag Test1 right into my directory and click Upload. Now my directory contains some actual data, not just folders, not just structure, but actual data. If I click on this Text1, I can go ahead and download this to my computer. So if I had files uploaded by someone else or myself at a previous time, I can go ahead and download those files if I'd like. So you can do this through your web browser logged into the Azure portal, or you can go ahead and install the storage browser, which is an application that runs on your computer, and do the same thing. Adding storage in Azure has a lot of different options, and you can go ahead and view all those options within the Azure portal. For the AZ900, it's important to understand all the different core architectural components that make up Azure. So let's take a look at a definition. You can see here that the core components are the essential functions, principles, and associated elements and intervention activities deemed necessary to produce desired outcomes. This is a general definition of core components, but let's see what they are within Azure itself. First off, we've got Azure regions, region pairs, and sovereign regions, all important pieces of the AZ900 exam. And we're going to go through all these different definitions coming up, but it's important to know what the components are as well, such as availability zones, Azure data centers. As you see off to the right, there's a picture of an Azure data center complex. Many different data centers. I've been to some of them, and they are so large, some of them you can't see the end of them because of the curvature of the earth. So it's a very interesting experience to go into an Azure data center. Azure resources and resource groups. Remember, resources fit into resource groups, just as you saw during the creation of a virtual machine within Azure, as well as storage. Then there are subscriptions. So Azure resources and resource groups fit into subscriptions, and then they fit into management groups. So there's this hierarchy. So let's take a look at the hierarchy once again. You've got management groups, subscriptions, resource groups, and then resources. It is important to know the order, the hierarchy of these different resources. I'm back in the Azure portal, and as I mentioned, you've already seen me create a resource group and a resource in previous videos. I'm going to type in management groups, and here you can see management groups as an option. Inside the management group, you can see my Azure subscription. And the default name you see here is the tenant root group. You can certainly create other names as well. And I can put multiple different subscriptions inside this tenant root group. It's also important to know that you can have multiple different users be owners and managers of Azure subscriptions. Core components are what drive any product or project. Be sure to have a complete understanding of these components to pass your AZ900 exam. In a previous video, I told you about the different core components, and now we're going to look at some of the definitions of some of those components. And the first one's going to be the Azure region types. So regions, this is a single geographic area that contains one or more data centers. I showed you a picture of what a data center looked like at Azure. It is a very large complex. Each region is independent and has its own set of services, resources, as well as network infrastructure. You'll see regions when deciding where to host a resource, such as East US or West US, when I was creating the resources for the virtual machine as well as the storage. A region pair is a second region within the same geography as the primary region, and it's paired with the primary region for disaster recovery purposes. The paired region is located far enough away from the primary region that could be affected by the same disasters or events. Then we have the geo-distribution. This makes a service or application available in multiple geographic locations that are typically close to yours. You saw me show you the geo-distribution option when creating the virtual machine. And it does make it more expensive than using one of the region options that I was just talking about. Then we have sovereign regions. This has to do with government. Government-based, isolated Azure environments, and they're designed to meet strict data residency and security requirements. In other words, you don't want to have this data going off into data centers in other countries because it would be against the governing body to do that. There's also going to be a higher degree of national control and adherence to sovereignty regulations. The strongest type of sovereign types of regions is going to be in China. They have their own special rules and they have their own special section that you can choose when you're choosing what type of data center to enter your data into. Other regions and geodiversity groups are going to be, say, in Europe, the United States, as well as other parts of the world. Once again, we're back in Azure, in the Azure portal, and I've clicked on Create a New Virtual Machine just to show you the various different types of things we were just talking about earlier in this slide presentation. For instance, there's the region. So if I hit the drop down, look at all the regions all over the world that you can pick. You'll most likely want to pick the region that's closest to you for the best type of response, but you don't have to. Then you've got availability options. So you've got availability zones, where they physically separate your resources within the same Azure region. Virtual machine scale set, to distribute the virtual machines across zones and fault domains. And the availability set, to automatically distribute your VMs across multiple fault domains. As you go down this list, the more expensive it's going to get because it adds additional high availability. And since availability zone was selected, you're going to see this availability zone option here below. And here you can see up to 3 availability zones. That is going to be the option for availability zones. So I can choose all 3 if I'd like. We'll see different options if we choose a different option in the availability option, such as the virtual machine scale set, and also the availability set. We would have to pre-create these before they would show up in this Create a Virtual Machine list. Choosing these options does affect price as well as high availability if one or more data centers are unavailable. Here are more core components that we're going to define in this video where we describe availability zones. These are physically separate data centers in a single Azure region, and they provide high availability and fault tolerance by isolating resources across physically separate data centers within a region. So as you saw in a previous picture where I showed an Azure data center complex, there were multiple different data centers, but they were all within the same region. However, they may not be effective in protecting against large-scale regional disasters that can impact all the zones simultaneously. You could have high-intensity earthquakes or tornadoes, and they can cause widespread destruction across an entire region. Azure has at least 3 availability zones in each region, and they're defined by the unique name as Zone 1, 2, and 3, as you saw in the previous video. And here's a graphic of an availability zone in an Azure complex. And you can see zones 1, 2, and 3. Some also used synchronized region pairs to support aspects of disaster recovery, just in case in the unlikely event that a region experiences a catastrophic and unrecoverable failure. Now let's talk about redundancy, zone redundancy. You've got redundant storage and databases. When you have availability sets, you have multiple virtual machines in different racks in the same data center. So what that means is you have hosts that are sitting in different racks, hosting Hyper-V virtual machines, and the high availability is just going to be for the host itself. So if there's a problem with the entire data center, then this will not help you. But if you have a problem with just the host, then it does add high availability there. So what are the difference between availability sets and zones? Zones are in different data centers in the same region, whereas sets are in the same data center but in different racks. So you can see how zones would definitely give you more protection in case of a disaster than sets would, but of course it's going to also be more expensive. I've gone back into the Azure portal, and here you can see availability set. So I just typed that into the search box at the top, and here you can create an availability set. After creating an availability set, then it will be available to you when you go to create your virtual machines. So once again, you've got a couple of different options here. So you've got availability set, which gives you a logical grouping of virtual machines that have fault isolation for many possible failures. And then it shows you that virtual machine scale set, which allows you to have load-balanced VM groups with workload optimization across multiple availability zones. Creating the availability set and the virtual machine scale set does not cost anything, but when you add in those virtual machines or those applications, whatever it is that you're going to be adding in that are going to be synchronized in other areas, that's where the expense gets added. To pass your AZ900 exam, you need to understand what belongs in an Azure data center. Azure is going to be composed of a globally distributed data center, and it's going to support thousands of online services and span more than 100 highly secure facilities all over the world. Now, there's going to be included infrastructure, and this is going to be designed to bring applications closer to users around the world. And it gives you data residency and offering comprehensive compliance and resiliency. So when you add in additional resources and replicate those resources either within the same data center or within the same region or in a geo-redundant region, then you add that high availability. So what's included in an Azure data center? What's in that infrastructure? Once again, I'm going to show you a picture of an Azure campus. There's a lot of buildings there, and they're handling millions of transactions every second. So you've got the data center buildings themselves. Then you've got servers and storage. So inside these data centers, they're very loud, very noisy. There's fans going everywhere. I've been inside many of them. And inside, you're going to see a lot of servers inside server racks. And you're also going to see storage. Now, the storage itself doesn't typically just end up only in the servers. There's usually external storage that's sitting in what's called storage area network devices connected with iSCSI. You can also see them connected with fiber in certain cases as well. Then you've got networking. That networking is connecting those servers to switches. They're also connecting them to the storage area network devices. You've got a lot of power and cooling going on. And that cooling can be provided in multiple different ways. It could be from the outside air if it's very cold outside. It could also be from air conditioning as well. And you've got security, physical security. As I'd mentioned before, they've got man traps when you walk in. So if you don't have the proper credentials, they lock you in and let the police come and take you away at that point. And then you have zones. Zones are being used for various different types of resources so they can be replicated in multiple places for high availability. And then you've got regions. Regions also work with zones as well, as we just talked about in the previous video. And you've got infrastructure and compliance. You've got all different types of standards that Microsoft is responsible for. You can find out that list of standards by going to Microsoft.com. And those standards basically allow Microsoft to sell their products to various different countries and companies and vertical markets that basically say, yes, you can use Microsoft Azure for these types of services because they meet the compliance standards. Here's a high-level view of an Azure data center. You can see storage, compute processing power, databases, and then you have storage that's connected directly to computers and servers, as well as networking that sort of wraps it all together. This provides a high level of what comprises the Azure Network data centers. Be sure to grasp these features for the AZ900 exam. Adding resources and resource groups are two of the main things that we do in Microsoft Azure. Let's first take a look at Azure resources. They include a lot of different things. Now, these resources can be added manually or automatically if you set up scaling to work that way. But in most cases, we're going to add these manually. Starting with storage. Storage, of course, includes hard drives with various different types of speeds, and you can choose the hot or cool or cold type of storage depending on how you're going to be accessing it. Then you have virtual machines. Virtual machines are going to be part of infrastructure as a service where you'll be in charge of doing Windows updates, installing applications, choosing storage and access. Then we have databases. Databases are part of platform as a service where you will bring in the application and go ahead and store the data inside these databases that you can then rent from Microsoft Azure. And there's multiple different types of databases as well. Then there's network security groups. These are created automatically when you create a virtual machine, but you can also use network security groups for other types of networking, such as connecting from your on-premises local area network into the Azure cloud. Resources sit inside resource groups. They contain those resources and should be created and deleted together. So that means that if you decide to delete your resource group, first you need to delete all the resources in it and then delete your resource group. However, if you decide you're going to keep your resource group, you can add and delete individual resources as needed. So you don't have to delete the resource groups every time you delete a resource. It's just if you plan on deleting all of your resources at one time. And remember that resources can only exist in one resource group at a time. You cannot have storage or virtual machine or databases exist in multiple different resource groups. They only sit in this one resource group bucket at a time. I'm in Microsoft Azure, and we can do a search for resource groups, or if you see it in your list, just go ahead and click on resource groups. And you're going to see the resource groups that are in this particular tenant. Now, this tenant I've had around for a long time. I've created a lot of different types of demonstrations, so you're going to see a lot of different resource groups. It doesn't cost anything to create an additional resource group. So if I click on Create, I can choose my subscription, then choose my group name. I'll call this one RG2 for resource group 2, and then you can choose your region. Remember that regions are part of the different data centers that are all over the world. So choose the region that's closest to you. I could choose US West 2 or just US West, whichever I'd like to choose. Sometimes one of the types of regions is going to be overloaded more than the other. So it's not a bad idea to go ahead and mix up some of the different regions when you create your resource groups. And when I'm all done, I can choose Next or Review and Create. In this case, if you wanted to have any tags, as I've shown in previous videos, you can add them here. And now we have Create. Now I have my new RG2. So I'll click on Refresh so we can see our new group. And there you see it at the bottom. Now currently there are no resources in it. So we can certainly go back to All Services, and then I can create a resource such as a virtual machine. And when I create that, I can choose my new resource group, or I can create a whole new group or pick any other group I've already created. So here you can see the resource group, and I should see RG2 in this list, and there it is. Resources and resource groups are the main reason we use Azure and are important parts of our AZ900 exam. Another objective of our AZ900 exam is going to be to describe subscriptions. Groups and resources are created inside a subscription, and limits are going to be put on subscriptions, and they're called a quota. So these Azure subscription limits come with these limits that we'll all have to adhere to, because you won't be able to create any additional resources outside of those limits. The limits define the maximum allowances for various resources within each subscription. For example, you can have 250 Azure storage accounts per subscription. You can have 25,000 virtual machines per region and 980 resource groups across all regions. So what happens if we exceed our quota? Well, you can add more subscriptions. You can also contact Microsoft and ask them to extend those subscription limits. Subscriptions reside, don't forget, in management groups as shown in a previous video. And they're managed by one or more users. I'm going to show you how to create a subscription in Microsoft Azure. In order to purchase services, resources within the Azure portal, we're going to need to create a subscription. So after you've created your account, you can go ahead and choose the subscription option within portal.azure.com. Now I need to choose the Add button because we don't currently have a subscription, and I've got multiple different options. And the one you'll most likely go with is going to be Pay As You Go. So if I choose Select Offer, then it's going to take me through a wizard that will set this up. You have to make sure you have your credit card information, and you can go ahead and create the Pay As You Go account. After entering in your name and phone number, you're going to be prompted for your address. Now I'm prompted for my credit card information. Next, you're prompted for the type of support you would like. By default, you're going to have no technical support, but if you'd like to pay the additional amount, you can certainly do so here. And I'll click Sign Up. Now I'm going to be prompted for multi-factor authentication. It says that it's creating my account, so I'll click Submit. And now my subscription is complete. Now when I go back to the subscription page, you can see I have an official Azure subscription. Let's take a closer look at management groups where subscriptions reside. It is the top level of an organization or a tenant in Microsoft Azure. Subscriptions are directly beneath, so you can create multiple subscriptions inside a management group. It's important to know that all subscribers within a management group will automatically inherit the management group's conditions. So if you set any customization within the management group, all the subscriptions beneath it are all going to have those same inherited properties. In the Azure portal, we can take a look at management groups by typing in management groups in the search and opening them up. Inside the management group area, I have a couple of options. One is I can add a subscription to an existing group, or I can create a whole new management group. I'm going to give the name and the ID the same thing. I'll just call it Group 2 and click Submit. Here we can see the Group 2 that was just created. And notice how it's nested under the root group. So any additional groups will always be nested underneath that root. From here I can select the Group 2, which I just created. And inside here I can create another management group, or I can add a new subscription. I've already created a new subscription in a previous video, so you already know how to do that, but it's important to understand when we do create these management groups, they get created underneath our root group, which is created by default when we first create our Azure account. I'm going to show you a visual representation of the hierarchy of resource groups, subscriptions, and management groups for the AZ900 exam. Here you can see at the top you've got the management group, which is going to be the root group, and then any sub-management groups underneath it. Then you have subscriptions. After that you've got resource groups and then resources. Remember that resources can only exist in one resource group at a time. Let's see how well you remember the hierarchy for the AZ900 exam. Starting with management groups. Management groups are at the top for governing multiple different subscriptions. Do you know what comes next? The next thing is subscriptions for billing and resource containers that live inside the management group above it. After that, we've got resource groups. These are logical containers. Remember that term, logical containers for related Azure resources like virtual machines, databases, storage, and others. And finally, the resources themselves, the storage accounts, the virtual machines, they all live inside resources. Once you realize this hierarchy and have it memorized and understood, this part of the AZ900 should not be a challenge during your exam. In previous AZ900 videos, you heard me talk a lot about Azure Compute as well as some of the different networking services. There's various different terms that you need to memorize. Let's take a look at some of those terms. Be sure to write those down so that way you have a better chance of remembering them. So what is Azure Compute? As you can see, it's on-demand computational power for resources, for things like applications and storage. You're going to add these types of features on demand in order to increase your computational power. More CPUs, in this case they would be more virtual CPUs for virtual machines. Additional RAM for those virtual machines as well. Larger storage. It could also be faster storage, but you could also choose slower hard disk drives if you want to save some money. All three of these different areas are going to increase your computational power for various different resources within Azure. Now we'll talk about Azure networking services, and there's a lot of them. Networking services are for traffic between resources and clients, as well as between resources and resources. And you want to make sure that you have secure connectivity between them. These Azure networking services include Azure Virtual Networks and subnets. They enable isolated and secure communication. And what they do is they allow for the secure connectivity through services such as VPN gateways, traffic filtering with network security groups, public access management via public or private endpoints. Now let's take a look at all those different networking services. We've got the Azure Virtual Network or VNet, and this is going to create private isolated networks in the Azure cloud, connecting the Azure resources, as well as the internet and your on-premises networks. Next, we have Azure DNS, and this provides hosting for public and private domain names and resolve domain names into IP addresses. Next, we have Azure Private Link, and this enables secure private connectivity from your virtual network to the Azure platform services without traversing the public network. Next, we have VPN Gateway. The gateway establishes the secure encrypted site-to-site or point-to-site connections between your on-premises network as well as Azure. So that means whether you're at home connecting into Azure or whether you're in a local area network, you're going to use the VPN gateway in order to connect if you choose that internal communication. Then we have ExpressRoute. This offers dedicated private network connections between your on-premises network and Azure. It provides better bandwidth and lower latency than just VPNs alone. So you do have some options if you choose to go away from traditional VPNs. Then you have Azure Virtual WAN. This is a unified networking service that brings together branch, VPN, and private or ExpressRoute connectivity, which simplifies management. After that, we've got Azure Firewall. This is a managed cloud-native network firewall that provides unified high availability, port filtering, and zero maintenance firewall services. I think the most important thing for AZ900 is to remember port filtering when it comes to the Azure Firewall. After that, you've got DDoS protection. This protects your Azure resources from distributed denial of service attacks with basic protection enabled by default, but you can have advanced features available as a paid service. So there is already some DDoS protection, but you can increase that if you have those kinds of issues. After that, we have the Web Application Firewall. This is a feature of application gateways that protects web applications from common web vulnerabilities. And network security groups, which we've talked about previously, they act as a basic firewall. They're not the advanced firewall, but a basic firewall to control inbound and outbound network traffic to Azure resources. After that, we have the Azure Load Balancer. This distributes incoming internet traffic across multiple virtual machines, which ensures high availability. So if you have too many users coming to a single virtual machine, you can do horizontal scaling by adding additional virtual machines and utilizing the load balancer to distribute traffic between those different virtual machines. Then we have the Azure Application Gateway. This is a web traffic load balancer and web application firewall. So the same thing that happens for virtual machines, you can now do with websites. Websites are being hosted on Azure servers. For instance, we see this all the time, say, during the Super Bowl. During the Super Bowl, everybody's going to the NFL website. Well, a single web server is not going to be able to handle that. So you need an Azure Application Gateway to distribute that load amongst multiple different web servers. And you have Azure Front Door. This is a global, scalable entry point that uses Microsoft's Global Edge network to accelerate, secure, and optimize web applications. Front Door is going to get people access to the website or other applications they need to access much more quickly. Then there's Azure Network Watcher. This provides tools to monitor, diagnose, and view metrics for Azure network resources. And finally, there's Azure Virtual Network Manager. This is a service for centralizing and automating network management, deployment, and policy configuration. Virtual Network Manager works with other network services to make sure that you have the best management for all these different services in one location. Just to give you an example of one of these types of services, all you'll have to do is go in and type what it is you'd like. In this case, the DDoS protection plans. Remember, it already comes with some basic DDoS protection. But if you would like to create the advanced DDoS protection, then you can do that here. So you would click on Create the DDoS protection plan. And this basically protects you against a lot of different devices that have been taken over by some form of malware that are all going to be directed to attack your particular Azure resources all at once. It's very common with government types of resources in Azure, where one type of government may be at war with another, and they're trying to bring down their ability to do any type of business. Azure is very used to this type of attack and is able to minimize it as much as possible using these DDoS protection plans. After you create your subscription to Microsoft Azure, feel free to do a search for some of the other network resources that we talked about in this video. In a previous AZ900 video, you saw me show you how to increase the compute capabilities of a virtual machine. But now let's take a look at the compute types. This is one of the objectives for the AZ900 exam. Here we have compute types, starting with virtual machines. This offers full control over an operating system. It's an infrastructure as a service cloud type. Virtual machines emulate physical computers with virtual processors, memory, storage, and networking. They give users complete control over the operating system and software and allows for customization and rapid deployment of applications. You have total control over your virtual machine, but Microsoft will handle the security, the physical security of the virtual machine access on the host. They'll also handle the server host itself. Then we have containers. This is an abstract of the operating system to run applications and dependencies efficiently. Two services allow you to run applications in containers. You've got Azure Container Instances and Azure Kubernetes Service. Keep those two instances in mind because they will be important to remember. Azure Container Instances and Kubernetes Service are going to contain everything needed except the kernel, which is shared with the operating system to run the application inside the container. This is going to be your standard container type. There's another type of container called a virtual container. A virtual container is going to also require a virtual machine to get that to work. But for standard containers, remember Azure Container Instances and Azure Kubernetes Service. Then there's the virtual containers, which I had just described, but there's one thing to add to this, that is they contain their own kernel, something that regular containers do not have. Regular containers have to share the kernel with the operating system. Virtual containers have their own kernels because they are a complete operating system virtually. Then you have Azure Functions. This provides a serverless model where you only pay for the code execution with no underlying infrastructure to manage. Another compute type is the Azure portal itself, and this can be accessed and used on devices that have multiple different types of operating systems. As long as you can use a web browser to access the Azure portal, you can manage Azure resources. Then you have Azure PowerShell. This can be used to create storage, virtual machines, and any other type of resource or service. You can use the CLI to access Bash or PowerShell, as you had seen in a previous video. Compute types and resources give a good picture on what you can accomplish within Azure. This next objective for the AZ900 exam is going to describe several different terms that may be very important for this certification. Let's take a look, starting with an Azure Virtual Machine Scale Set. This is for deploying and managing a group of identical auto-scaling virtual machines. Now, auto-scaling means that Azure is going to adjust the amount and types of resources needed for any sudden demands. That's an important thing to remember. The next important term to remember is the availability set. This is a logical grouping of virtual machines in Azure, and Azure is going to spread those virtual machines across different fault domains and update those domains and high availability for your application within a single Azure region. Then we have Azure Virtual Desktops. This runs on an Azure cloud platform, and it enables users to access a full Windows desktop and applications from any device. So you could have a Windows computer, a Macintosh, Linux, even Android. If they have access to an internet connection, you can access the Azure Virtual Desktop. Let's take a look at scalability and the two different ways that Microsoft can scale using some of these different automatic or manual ways of scaling up your servers and resources. First off, we've got vertical scaling. As you can see here, you're going to be adding resources such as more CPUs, more RAM, or faster or more storage. This is going to scale up in an existing virtual machine. Then we've got horizontal scaling. This is where instead of adding more resources to an existing virtual machine, you're going to add additional virtual machines. And this also works with other types of resources as well, but virtual machines makes it a very good example. You've seen in some of the demonstrations in previous videos how to create resources and get prompted for these types of options that you can choose to help scale your resources automatically when needed. For the AZ900 exam, Microsoft wants to make sure you understand the resources that are required for creating a virtual machine. If you haven't seen it, I've created a virtual machine in Azure in a previous video. Here are the required virtual machine resources. An Azure subscription. You've got to have an Azure subscription, and inside that, a resource group to hold all the virtual machines related to these resources. A virtual machine image, which is an operating system template. Now you can choose from many different types, such as Linux or Windows, and different versions of Linux and Windows as well. And a managed disk for the operating system. You've got to put that data someplace, and it's going to have to be on storage in Azure. The next thing is going to be a virtual network as well as a network interface card. So that way you can have network connectivity between different resources as well as out to the internet. And optionally, you can have a public IP address and an auto-created network security group. So you can determine how you want people to access this virtual machine if you want them to be able to access it from the public. Now you can lock down which public IP addresses can access it using the network security group, or you can just leave it wide open to the world, which of course is not the best security plan. I'm in the Azure portal under Azure Services, and you can see the resources. These are the resources that were created when I created my virtual machine. I'm going to click on See All so you can see all the different resources. Here you can see my storage, my virtual machine, my resource group, and my IP address. And this is going to be the public IP address. Let's go back home and take a look at the resource group that I created for that virtual machine. Here it is under RG1 for resource group 1. And here's how we can manage a lot of the resource group resources by clicking on some of these different rules. For example, we can go ahead and click on available memory bytes. And you can see a cost that comes with the memory that was chosen. In this case, the estimated cost is just going to be 10 cents. And you can click on each one of these different resources that comes with the virtual machine to get more information, and in some cases you can customize some of these different areas. Let's take a look at some of the other options inside our resource group. For example, access control. Here I can choose who has access to this virtual machine. I can also look and see what my own access looks like. And here you can see I am the owner, so I have access to manage all these types of resources. But if I'd like to, I can go in to grant access and choose that role assignment for another user. So I can choose members as well as the role. And there are a lot of different types of roles that you can add. If you have full access, you have all of these roles. If any resource tags were set up, you can see those here. And you can also go and take a look at any events that might have been happening within this resource group. You would first have to set up the events by choosing which type of events you would like to add in, and then go ahead and select and then create those events here. For the AZ900 exam, cost management is very important. So you can take a look at cost analysis, cost alerts, budgets, and other recommendations. So far, my virtual machine has not cost me too much, mostly because I've gone ahead and shut it down when I wasn't using it. If I left it running 24 hours a day, this cost might have been a lot higher. Resources required for an Azure virtual machine are automatically created and deployed, which allow the creator to begin using the virtual machine as soon as the resources are in place. In this video, I'm going to go over application hosting options, including web apps, containers, as well as virtual machines. Once again, get out some writing utensils or just go ahead and get a notepad out, because you're going to remember a lot more of these different terms and what they mean if you write them down. There are many different options for app hosting. For instance, we've got balanced hosting. This is going to balance the need for simplicity with the need for control over your applications. You're going to be responsible for functionality such as code and environment configuration. But Azure is going to manage the underlying runtime and infrastructure, and that includes updates as well as patches. Then you have the Azure App Service Full. This is a service web hosting, includes language runtimes, containers, and automation workloads. Serverless computing is definitely something you want to remember. Serverless hosting solutions are designed to run stateless code, which includes a consumption-based pricing tier. Remember, consumption-based pricing is you use what you want and pay for that amount, rather than putting out a whole lot of cash for capital expenditures. Then we have microservices. Microservices are hosting solutions that run small independent services that work together to form a larger application. Microservices are typically deployed as containers. Client compute. This runs on the client outside Azure. Client compute is typically used for client-side rendering and client-side processing, such as browser-based or mobile applications. Then you have Azure Front Door, something I mentioned in a previous video, but let's define that a little more closely. Azure Front Door is used for all internet-facing applications to provide a global, cached, and secure network to your static and dynamic assets, including DDoS protection. That's that denial of service protection that was mentioned previously, as well as end-to-end TLS encryption, application firewalls, and geo-filtering. Server compute assets are files that are processed by the server before being served to the client. Dynamic assets are developed using back-end server compute, optionally integrated with other Azure services. Then there's CI/CD compute. This is compute that's used to build and deploy your application. The Azure Web App is a platform as a service offering from Microsoft that allows developers to host, build, and manage their web applications in the cloud without worrying about underlying infrastructure. Then we have application containers. This is a container that's like a package. It contains everything it needs except for the kernel that is going to be able to run your applications within Azure. And container first hosting. These are solutions designed to host containers. The service provides container-specific configuration, options, and features. Now, you're going to be responsible for the compute inside the container. The services which host containers move from managed control to full responsibility. So you only have to take on the amount of container management that you want. There are certain needs that you need to do to specify during creation, such as the container name. You've got to create a unique name for the container within your resource group. Then you've got your image source. This specifies the location of the container image, and that can be from Azure Container Registry, Docker Hub, or any other container registry. And you also need to specify the size, which specifies the CPU cores and amount of memory that are going to be allocated for the container. There's more app hosting options than I ever thought possible. You never know which ones may be asked on the AZ900 exam. You do not need to have deep knowledge of what you saw here, but at least some definition knowledge of the name and function as you saw in this video. In a previous AZ900 video, I showed you the different networking services that were added when you create a new virtual machine. Now let's take a look at some of the network types, such as the Azure Virtual Network. This is a fundamental building block for your private network within Azure. It's going to provide an extension of your on-premises network into the Azure cloud. And you've got virtual subnets. This is a subnet that divides a virtual network into smaller, manageable addresses. You can place specific services or resources within these subnets to segment your network. Sometimes we like to segment our networks and put in access control lists between them because we don't want certain resources to talk to other resources. And you can certainly do that with virtual subnets. After that, you've got virtual peering. VNet peering connects two or more Azure virtual networks to enable resources in different networks in case you're using the virtual subnets that was previously mentioned. And it allows communication with each other as if they were on a single network. It creates this low latency, high bandwidth connection that keeps traffic on the Microsoft backbone. After that, we have Azure DNS, and it works just like any other type of DNS for name resolution. It allows you to define DNS records for your virtual machines and other services, which makes them easier to discover and access. Then there's the VPN gateway service, and that sends encrypted traffic between Azure and on-premises locations over the public internet. We talked about Azure Express Route before. This extends your on-premises network into the cloud over private connection. But unlike VPN, which uses the public internet, Express Route is going to use a private connection from a network service provider. That gives you better bandwidth, reliability, and lower latency. Networking, resource types, and functions are all important terms for your AZ900 exam. Once again, you don't need deep knowledge when it comes to these types of services and features, but you do need to understand a brief explanation as you saw in this video. Public and private endpoints are ways that we can access our resources in Azure from the public network or from private locations. Let's take a look. Starting with public endpoints, if you have a public IP address that's accessible over the internet, you can allow access only from that network or through private connections like Azure Express Route or VPN. Private endpoints are going to give you access to the Azure resources from private or approved IP addresses in a similar way to network security groups, except with more granular access. Here you can see my public IP address. This is going to be my public endpoint where people can connect into my virtual machine. And here you can see the various different IP addresses that are allowed to connect. In this case, I have everyone being allowed to connect, but as shown in a previous video, I can lock that down. Private endpoints are a little bit different. We need to create a private endpoint. If you don't see it in your list of Azure services, just go ahead and type it in the search box as we've shown in the past. So I'm going to click on private endpoints and it brings up a whole new section. So again, you don't have one created by default, so we need to go ahead and create it. And it looks like creating any other type of resource. I'm going to choose my same resource group and give it a name. And I'll call it PrivNet1 for Private Network 1. Now I'm going to choose the resource. Next, you can see the connection method. Do I connect to an Azure resource already in my directory or to an Azure resource by ID or alias? I'll choose the resource in my directory. It's going to be a little easier to find. And I'll choose my subscription, which is the default. Next, the resource type. In this case, I'm going to choose my storage. There's a lot of different types of resources that you can see here, however. So I'll choose storage. I'll go ahead and type this in for storage. And I'll choose my Microsoft Storage account. So I've created a storage account in a previous video. Next, I'm going to choose my Azure Private Link resource, which is going to be the name of my storage account. Now I have the target sub-resource. What type of storage did I create? Well, in this case, I created a blob storage. So I'll click Next for virtual networks. The virtual network was already chosen here for me. I can go ahead and choose the subnet. By default, it's going to use the subnet that was created when I created my first Azure resources. Now I can choose the private IP configuration by setting a static IP address, or I can just go ahead and allow it to be dynamically set from an Azure DHCP server. If I would like to bunch together multiple different resources, then I can go ahead and create an application security group. But I don't need to do that, so I'll just choose DNS. Next, we have the Azure subscription, the resource group. It's just basically letting us know that we can make changes if we'd like to. But here you can see the configuration name is going to be private link-blob-core. And I'll just go ahead and leave that just as it is. Next, we have the resource tag, which we can build to specific departments or clients. I'm not going to be doing that here. And then review and create. Private endpoints provide a more secure and private connection by assigning a private IP address from your virtual net or VNet to the Azure service. So that means that the traffic to this service does not leave your VNet, ensuring complete isolation from the public internet. In the Microsoft AZ900, it's important to understand the different types of Azure storage services. Azure Storage includes multiple different types of storage, such as Azure Files. Azure Files are a great way that we can access storage in Azure using SMB and NFS. Now, SMB is the default type of Windows file sharing protocol that we use. NFS is the default Linux one. Nowadays, Linux and Windows both understand each other, so it really doesn't matter whether you use SMB or NFS because both operating systems will work with either one. Then you have Azure Tables. This is a structured or schema-less NoSQL data that stores in the Azure cloud. It gives you a scalable and cost-efficient solution for storing large volumes of non-relational data that does not require complex queries or relationships. In other words, NoSQL. Blob storage is the most common type of storage because it allows for massive unstructured data, such as files and videos. Unstructured just means any type of data in any type of location that you would like to put inside the blob storage. So whatever makes sense to you, that's how you're going to add that storage and access it. Remember, it's disorganized and unstructured. Now, that's not a bad thing. That's the way we've been doing file sharing for decades. However, it's something that you should be aware of for the AZ900 exam. Another type of storage is going to be Azure Disk Storage, and this is what we refer to as block-level storage. It's very similar to traditional disk drives. Azure disks are available in standard hard disk drives, standard SSD, as well as premium SSD, and Ultra Disk. Now, the standard HDD or hard disk drive is the most cost-efficient, but is also going to be the slowest. And the further you go up to Ultra Disk, those are going to cost more, have faster access with lower latency. Then we have Azure Queue Storage. This is a service for storing large quantities of messages that can be accessed from anywhere in the world using HTTP or HTTPS. I'm inside Azure, and I previously created in another video in this course that was a storage account. And there's my storage. And there's my blob storage that was previously created. I can also create file service, queue service, and table service all in this one location. I'm going to go to the storage browser. And inside the storage browser, there are those 4 different types of storage that we can create. Now, the one type of storage that I was talking about earlier that is not in this list is going to be disk storage. Disk storage is something that we can add on to, say, our virtual machine. So when I created a virtual machine, it prompted me to add additional disk storage, and I could have added it right there, and it would have been accessible in my virtual machine and shown up as a drive letter, which I could have used. So that's a little bit different type of storage than the 4 other types of storage which you can create within your storage browser. So for instance, I'm going to create a storage queue. I've already created a blob storage. So now I'm going to click Add. I'll give it a name. I'll just call it Q1-demo. And it's created my storage queue. Instead of storing files like we could do with Blob and other types of storage that we've talked about, this is going to be adding in what's called messages. And here's my message. And you can see it's going to expire in 7 days, but we can certainly change that to much longer or much less. And I'll say that this is my secret message and click OK. Now, I can certainly review this message within the Azure portal, but what I want to do is make this available to various different users, or you can also put it into various different applications. So to enable read access, you need to assign a user the storage queue data reader role, and you can do that in the roles section in the Azure portal. But after I've done that, I want to be able to go ahead and view that or give others the ability to view that message. So you can do a quick search for the Azure Storage Explorer, which you can download onto your Windows computer, and then you'll be able to go ahead and read any messages. You'll also be able to see other types of storage as well. I'm going to go ahead and install my Storage Explorer, and I'll just go ahead and choose who to give this access to. And once it's installed, it's going to open up, and I'll be able to view those messages provided that I have the correct reader role. Now, I have the global administrator role, so I should have no problem reading this message. Plus, I created it as well. But if you want anyone else to read it, then you can go into the role-based access control and go ahead and assign that reader role as needed. I'm launching the Azure Storage Explorer for the first time after installation. And I'll choose to sign in with Azure. I'll click Next. And it prompted me to sign in. Now I can go ahead and close the browser, go back into my Storage Explorer, and now I should be able to see everything that I've previously created. I've got lots of different storage that I can take a look at. For instance, my queue is going to show me this secret message that I created earlier. It's also going to show me the blob containers. There's my blob demo, and it's going to show me the disks that's attached to my virtual machine as well. And there's my virtual machine disk. Those are all the different types of storage that I went ahead and created in Azure. There are multiple storage options for each type of organization. Storage is definitely something to be familiar with when you take your AZ900 exam. Continuing on with our storage discussion for passing the AZ900 exam, we're going to take a look at Azure storage tiers. So starting with the first tier, which is hot. This is designed for data that is accessed frequently, at least in the short term, and it has a higher data transaction cost than cool or archive tiers. Then we have cool, which is optimized for data that is infrequently accessed, and this is going to have a minimum retention period of 30 days. It's really used for short-term backups and older content that you just don't access all that often. Then we have cold. This is optimized for data that is infrequently accessed. This tier has a minimum retention rate of 90 days. So we've gone from 30 days to 90 days. And finally, we have archived. This is used for data that's rarely used or accessed. The tier has a minimum of 180 days. So now we've doubled again the amount of time that it's going to be minimum for storing this data. Now, it does take time for this data to be accessible because it's offline. Once you upload an archived data store, then it's going to be offline. So that means it has to be reinflated, is what they call it, before you can access it. Once you can access it after the data has been reinflated, then you can go ahead and use it. Now, this is the cheapest to store, but it is the most expensive to access. That's because of the extra effort it takes to reinflate the data. As shown in a previous demo where I created various different types of storage, storage tiers can make a big difference when choosing cost versus speed. Redundancy options are very important parts of the AZ900 exam. Let's take a look at redundancy when it comes to storage. You have what's called Azure Managed Disks, and this offers two different types of storage redundancy, zone redundant as well as locally redundant storage. Let's take a look at both of those different types. Zone redundant storage is going to offer higher availability for managed disks than locally redundant. That's because it's going to replicate across multiple availability zones, which means separate data centers in a specific region. However, the write latency, in other words, the amount of time it takes to replicate from one location to another, is going to be slower than locally redundant storage because it has farther to travel. Then you have locally redundant storage. That's going to keep up to 3 copies within a single data center. So remember, zone is going to be multiple data centers. Local is going to be a single data center. However, it's going to give you some additional redundancy because of the fact you're going to have up to 3 copies inside that single data center. They're not in the same rack. So if the rack fails, then you don't have to worry because they're in 3 separate racks across that single data center. And this is going to give you 99.9 followed by 11 nines of durability over a given year. So the likelihood of your storage being unavailable is extremely low. It's going to be down, according to Microsoft, a maximum of just a few minutes every year. When choosing Azure Managed Disks, you need to weigh the best option between high availability, replication, and cost. For the AZ900 exam, let's discuss storage account options and storage types. And there are lots of different ones, such as the general purpose V1 storage. Now, this is being deprecated and moved to V2. You can no longer create new V1 storage, but if you have a current V1 storage, it will work up until the expiration date, which is going to be towards the end of 2026. Then you have general purpose V2 storage. This is going to be recommended in most cases. General V2 storage is going to support blob storage, files, queue storage, and table storage with lots of different redundancy options. And it's the most versatile option and best in most circumstances. And here are those different types of storage support. And you saw in a previous video where I created storage that you could create all these different types of storage within the V2 option. Blob storage is unstructured data. That's where you're going to just upload all different types of files without any structure. Then Azure Files is an option for SMB or NFS access. So if you're going to use the traditional way of accessing files either from Windows or from Linux, then Azure Files is the best way to go. Queue storage is going to be for messaging, and all solid-state options are going to be for different types of speed, such as hard disk drive being the slowest but the cheapest, and you can go up to SSD standard as well as SSD premium and ultra. Let's look at that premium storage. Premium storage is going to include premium block blobs, premium file shares, as well as page blobs. When you use premium storage, they're always going to use solid-state drives for the maximum performance and supporting specific redundancy, such as local redundant storage and zone redundant storage. Premium block blobs are going to be great for storing large amounts of unstructured data, just like in a regular blob type of storage, such as images and video. The premium file shares is going to give you the highest performance for file storage for applications, and page blobs are going to be optimized for random access files. Premium storage will always have faster access and better performance, but remember, they will cost more being on SSD drives that will run at the fastest speeds. In order to create a premium block blob as opposed to a standard one, you need to be in the storage center, as you see here, and click on Create. Then I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. Now you can see by default it's going to be a standard performance, but if I choose the premium option and I go ahead and create the blobs from here, or any other type of storage such as Azure Files, then it will now be premium. So here you can see the different types. I've got block blobs, file shares, and page blobs. If I were to choose the standard option, then you would see those options disappear. Creating that premium blob or storage is definitely going to have lower latency as well as higher costs. I've used up to 6 different ways of moving data from on-premises into the Azure cloud or vice versa. Starting with AZ Copy. AZ Copy is a command line utility, and it's going to be used for copying data to and from Azure storage, and you can use the standard types of storage: blobs, files, tables, queues, and it allows for high-speed automated transfers of large data files. You can also do one-time copy operations, or you can set up ongoing synchronization services. It's also cross-platform, meaning that we can use Windows, Macintosh, Linux, and there's support for authentication with Microsoft Entra ID for secure access. Then we have Azure Storage Explorer, which I have shown in a demonstration. This is a graphical user interface or GUI-based tool for managing Azure storage. The interface is very user-friendly, and once again, you can copy through all 4 storage types. You can manually upload, download, or organize files within your storage account. So if you have multiple storage accounts, you can copy between all of those. And it supports various different file operation types, such as copy, move, and delete. Then there's Azure File Sync. Now, this is a service that centralizes file shares within Azure Files, and it provides a hybrid solution. You can migrate on-premises file data to Azure Files without disrupting users or access patterns because it's synchronized. Users can be using the files that are on their local computer while the data is being synchronized or copied up into the Azure cloud. This is also a product that can be used for disaster recovery as well as backup. It maintains your file structure as well as permissions and application compatibility. I'm in my Azure Storage account, and what I want to do is I want to make sure that I have the proper access for Storage Explorer. So I'll go to Access Control. Now, even though I have complete ownership access, if I type in admin, for instance, there's my admin account, and it says that I have full access. I still end up with an error when I go into Storage Explorer because it's going to say that I don't have the proper access. So I'll go ahead and click refresh, and here it says I'm not authorized. What I need to do is to go back into the access control, and I need to add a role assignment. So I'll click Add Role Assignment, and I'll go to Search, and I'll just type in Storage, and I'll go down to where it says Azure Container Storage Owner and click View, and then Assignments. And there's nobody there. So we'll go ahead and add that role assignment. So once again, I've got to type in Azure Storage, and then go to where it says Storage Owner and select it, click Next. Select the members. Let's go ahead and add in admin. Go to Next. I'll go ahead and give myself full permissions and review and assign. And now it's been assigned. I'll go back to my Storage Explorer and click Refresh. After making changes to the access control, we can now see our test file. And if I'd like to, I can go ahead and choose to upload additional files or folders, and they'll also show up for other users that have access. Now I'm going to choose the file selected. So I'll go ahead and choose any particular file. I'll choose putty, for instance. And now we can see the target access tier, destination, etc. You can also add in a tag if you'd like, so you can bill the appropriate location. I'll click upload, and now you can see at the bottom that the file has transferred properly. Migrating data to Azure Storage has multiple options. You can either sync the data or move the data as needed. These are all important skills to know for being a sysadmin and passing your AZ900 exam. There are a couple of more different types of migration options that you should study for the AZ900 exam. And that's going to be Azure Migrate as well as the Azure Data Box. Azure Migrate is going to automatically discover your on-premises environment, and it's going to provide insights for planning your migration strategy. It's going to integrate with other services like Azure Site Recovery, and it supports various workloads. Migrates servers, virtual machines, web applications, databases, and more. Azure Migrate has a lot more migration options you'll find than other types of migration services and products. Now, another thing we're going to focus on here is Azure Data Box. This is a service for securely transferring large amounts of data. When we say large, it's going to be like many, many terabytes or petabytes or exabytes to and from Azure when network transfer is impractical. It costs money to transfer data back and forth between on-premises and Azure. So you can use Azure Data Box for offline transfers. They'll send you the hard drives. You copy the data to those drives and then send them back to Microsoft to copy them up for you into your Azure storage. Here's a look at Data Box. Data Box is something you order from Microsoft. Here you can see a 100 terabyte box as well as a 40 terabyte box. And this is direct from Microsoft's website. Here are the included services. You can choose 80 terabytes of usable capacity per order in the 100 terabyte data box. You can copy data to 10 storage accounts. You can use AES 256-bit encryption. Here's a couple of examples. You can see Azure Storage Mover, which we talked about in a previous video, as well as the Data Box Gateway. So you can order the product, copy the data, and then it'll be sent into Azure, where it will be copied into your storage account. Now take a look at the DataBox 120 and 525. You can see 120 terabytes or 525 terabytes, and you can order multiple of these data boxes, so you can end up with petabytes of capability. There's also the smaller data box that you see here with 8 terabytes up to 40 terabytes. Another option is the 1 petabyte type of heavy box that you see here. It's so heavy it actually goes on wheels, and you can go ahead and transfer up to 800 terabytes usable capacity per order. So why is there a difference between the size of the drives and the amount you can copy over? This has to do with some math that was created a long time ago. First off, there is some overhead to the drives themselves. But second, you're going to have a difference in the way that Microsoft does math than the way the manufacturers do math. They do math at the power of 2 at the manufacturer. That's why you measure a kilobyte in 1,024 bytes. But Microsoft doesn't do that. When you go into your storage in, say, your Windows computer, it goes on the standard base 10 that many of us go ahead and use for adding and subtracting. So to Microsoft storage, when you go to see your C drive, for instance, a kilobyte is 1,000, not 1,024, because they don't go by the power of 2. This addition gets way off by the time you get into the petabytes of storage. And let's take a closer look at the Data Box Gateway. Since this is a virtual device, the way it works is you go ahead and copy your data to a virtual machine, such as a Hyper-V virtual machine on premises. You can do that using SMB or NFS, any of your normal types of protocols. Once that's done, you then copy that virtual machine up to Microsoft Azure. Then that data is going to be extracted and put into your storage account. So it's truly a virtual type of device, but the price is definitely going to vary based on how much you're moving. The many ways of moving data to and from Azure is an important part of your AZ900 exam. Microsoft recommends studying Azure Identity, Access, and Security for your AZ900 exam. Let's start out with identity. This involves managing users and identities with Microsoft Entra ID, and it allows you to secure access through methods like multi-factor authentication and single sign-on. We can also use what's called role-based access control for permissions and employing security principles like zero trust and the defense in-depth model. Let's start out with the differences between identity and access. Identity is going to get you into the door. You're going to type your username, your password, get your multi-factor authentication code in, and then you've been authenticated. Access has to do with authorization. Once you're authorized to get access to a particular resource, you can open up that resource and use it. That's going to be assigned through role-based access control. Two completely different things. Azure also uses optionally Microsoft Defender for Cloud for monitoring as well as threat detection. In order to keep from being redundant, I won't explain these in detail because they are explained through the study guide and additional videos and demonstrations you'll see in this list. However, I am going to show you very quickly the identity and access differences in the Azure portal. I'm in the Azure portal once again. I'm going to click on Microsoft Entra ID, and here we can create new users. When you add a new user, you give them the ability to have authentication. So I'm going to choose a new user. I'll create a new user, and I'll go ahead and give this user a name. I'll give the user a principal name of demo user, and here you can see if you've got multiple different domains, then you can choose from them. I only have just the one, so I will choose that one. Then you have the display name, which you can type in or will automatically be added for you by deriving it from the principal name. Then you have the password. You can choose the auto-generate password, or you can go ahead and type in a password that you would like to add in. The account is going to be enabled by default, as you see here, but if your new user doesn't start at your organization yet, you can uncheck that. I'm going to click on Properties. Here you can add in things like the first name, the last name, job title, and other things like that. This comes into play for dynamic access control, where you can give users access or authorization to specific files and folders in your storage based on their job title or based on their department and other types of information. I'll click Assignments for Next. I can add the user to a group, and this way I can add them to specific types of groups that have authorization to certain types of resources. So if I've assigned resources to the all company group, then this user will have access to them. But take a look, you also have the option to add a role. Now you can do this afterwards in the role-based access control, but here you can go ahead and add the roles as well. In an earlier demonstration, you saw that my user called admin has the role of global administrator. In a previous demonstration, you saw that my admin user had the global administrator role. This is the most powerful of all the role-based access control roles, and you should not give this out to just anyone. Here I can go ahead and assign a role. I'll say this is going to be a role for the billing administrator and click select. So whatever capabilities the billing administrator has, which you can see in the definition in the roles themselves, then that user will have it. I'll choose review and create. Now I just need to refresh and our new user will show up. And there's demo user. Identity, access, and security are all parts of securely accessing and using Azure resources, and an important part of the AZ900. Let's review Entra ID and Entra Domain Services. These are two completely different services, but the Entra Domain Services can work together with your Entra ID directory. Now, this is an important part of AZ900, but you don't have to have a deep knowledge of these different concepts. But I do want to show you a high-level view. So here you can see Active Directory, which is going to be on premises. It can synchronize with Entra ID. Now, this is a one-way synchronization where the users and the passwords are going to synchronize to Entra ID. From there, Entra ID can synchronize with Entra ID Domain Services as well as Microsoft 365. And you can see a little bit of that in the next slide. But what I want to show is Entra ID is not a replacement for Active Directory. It is used for single sign-on for Microsoft 365 products, such as being able to open up Outlook without being prompted again for username and password. Or it can be used for one-way synchronization between Entra ID and Entra ID Domain Services if you do want to replace Active Directory. So again, Entra ID itself is not a replacement, but it can lead to one. So let's take a look at Entra ID Domain Services. So what we do is if we decide to use Entra ID Domain Services, that means all of our users are now in Entra ID. They've been removed completely in what's called a lift and shift to Entra ID. Active Directory is gone for on-premises. So since Entra ID itself is not a replacement, what are we going to do? Well, Microsoft has created what's called Entra ID Domain Services. Entra ID Domain Services is a complete replacement for on-premises Active Directory. However, it does cost more money. So if you're used to buying Active Directory on a Windows server and paying for it once and then not upgrading again for 3, 5, or 10 years, Entra ID Domain Services is going to be a rude awakening. It's going to cost money every month. In some cases, it's going to cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. For example, I did a test video one time just showing how to do Entra ID Domain Services from Entra ID, and just having it open for 2 days with only having a handful of users, it cost $300. So just to give you an idea, it's not a super popular product, but it is something that's important to know for the AZ900 exam. So how does it work? Well, you're going to manage Entra ID Domain Services by using the directory that's in Entra ID. So for instance, if you're going to create a new user, you don't create that user in Entra ID Domain Services, you create the user in Entra ID. It then forwards the ID, username, the password, the multi-factor authentication information to Entra ID Domain Services. So how do you manage Active Directory itself? Well, Microsoft gives you 2 different virtual machines when you sign up for Entra ID Domain Services. And you can manage those using remote desktop, just like any other virtual machine that you may create yourself. Microsoft creates 2 new virtual machines. These virtual machines are Active Directory domain controllers in your domain and forest. You manage them by adding in the Active Directory tools in your on-premises server, or a virtual machine that you create within Microsoft Azure. And then you go ahead and open up Active Directory users and computers, DNS, everything like you would normally do with on-premises Active Directory. The positives of using Entra ID is you never have to upgrade it, you never have to patch it. It's all done for you in a software as a service type of a setup. All you have to do is create the users in Entra ID, and you go ahead and create the password, set up the multi-factor authentication, license those users in Microsoft 365, and then you can go ahead and start using them as if you had on-premises Active Directory. The disadvantage to Entra ID Domain Services is simply the cost, and that you have to always have an internet connection active, otherwise people cannot authenticate. Entra ID is recommended for a lot of different types of users and organizations. I've installed it many times myself. I've not had a lot of clients choose to use Entra ID Domain Services, mainly because of the cost and of the persistent internet connection, or you have the loss of authentication and authorization. An understanding of these two different types of databases and authentication schemes are going to be part of your AZ900 experience. Authentication methods are very important. You need to be able to authenticate your user with their username, their password, their multi-factor authentication in order to access Azure. The first type of authentication I want to talk about is going to be single sign-on. This is an authentication scheme where a user logs in once with a single set of credentials, such as you log into your Windows client computer, Windows 11 computer in the morning when you get into your office. And then you open up Microsoft Outlook. Do you get prompted for another username and password? If the answer is no, that means single sign-on is working for you, assuming you're using Exchange Online. You don't have to re-authenticate. Azure Active Directory acts as the identity provider, and it allows users to authenticate once and gain access to those Azure resources and third-party applications. Then you have multi-factor authentication. This is an additional layer of security that requires users to provide 2 or more forms of identification, and they use that to verify their identity. Users provide the initial password, which is something they know, and then fulfill another requirement, such as a code, which is something they have. Multi-factor authentication is going to significantly reduce unauthorized access. And finally, we have what's called passwordless authentication. This is a method of authentication that removes passwords, traditional passwords, utilizing other verification methods instead. Users authenticate using things like biometrics, fingerprints, facial recognition. You may already have this on your phone, for example. And it uses authentication using Windows Hello, approving a sign-in request via the Microsoft Authenticator app, as well as security keys using FIDO2 type of hardware. You can also get in with certificate-based authentication using digital certificates for verification. I think you're going to find this demonstration very useful, not only for the AZ900, but for your sysadmin job. So we're in Microsoft Azure. I've selected the users section. I'm going to click on my demo user I created in a previous video. Then I'm going to go down to where it says authentication methods. Now currently I have not added any authentication methods for this user. I simply created the user and that was it. Now I'm going to choose add an authentication method. We have multiple options, and you can choose multiple options as well. You can have an email sent to the user, a phone number, you can have an SMS text, temporary access pass, or a QR code. Once that picture has been taken, they can go ahead and enter in a PIN if you'd like, and you can have that PIN automatically generated. I'm going to choose one of the other methods by choosing add authentication method. And this time we'll choose phone number. So here you can choose the phone number and you can say the phone type. I'm going to cancel that. Now another option you see here is to require re-register of multi-factor authentication. Sometimes the users will lose their phones will get stolen or broken. When that happens, multi-factor authentication is now broken, even if they get a new phone. So what you need to do is to revoke the multi-factor authentication sessions, so anyone who ends up with the previous phone cannot get in, and then you require re-registration for multi-factor authentication once again. That will prompt that user the first time they log in to go ahead and re-register. Authentication methods is something you'll definitely want to learn for the AZ900 exam. There's many authentication methods used by Azure. They depend on the type of security and resources that you need for your organization. Microsoft wants you to understand external identities in Azure, including B2B and B2C. Let's take a look. When you authenticate in Azure, one of the options is going to be an external identity, an outside authentication request. This could be for individuals, devices, or services that exist outside of your organization's internal Microsoft Entra ID tenant. And they're managed separately from internal users who have direct accounts in your directory. Azure business-to-business collaboration is going to enable secure collaboration and resource sharing between your organization and those external identities. That could include partners, vendors, or suppliers. External users sign in using their existing work, social, or Microsoft accounts. So they don't have to be a direct part of your organization, but you do have to add them as an external identity in Entra ID, and I'm going to demonstrate that for you shortly. They're represented in your Azure AD directory as a guest user. A software company allowing external vendors to access a specific internal application to collaborate on a project is a very popular example. Then we have business to customer. To manage identities and access of consumers who use your customer-facing applications and services, such as mobile apps or websites, you want to have B2C, or business to customer. It could also stand for business to consumer as well. It provides a white label or an identity management solution such as your own business name that allows you to customize the entire user experience, such as the sign up, the sign in, and managing the profile. And will all match your brand. Consumers can use various social identities like Facebook, Google, or local accounts in using their existing email accounts to access the application that you sign up for in Microsoft Azure. Let's create an external user. I'm going to go to the Azure portal under All Users and choose to invite an external user. So that way they get associated with your Azure resource. Now I need to add in the email. I've entered in the email as well as a display name. And that email does not need to currently be associated with any Microsoft account. It could be their own personal or business email. Now, under the invitation message, you want to make sure you check the box and put in the message. Next, you can put in the message followed by a carbon copy recipient if you'd like, and then you've got the invite redirect URL. So what's going to happen is there's going to be this URL that's going to show up in their email. When they click it, it's going to redirect them to your white label website where you've got the applications that are being hosted in Azure. I'll click on Properties, and here you can fill in additional information about this guest. You can also change the user type from guest to member if you'd like. I'm going to click Assignments. I can choose to add them to a group or a role, but if they're external users, they're probably not going to be added to any of those. And when I'm done, I can go ahead and click Invite. That will go ahead and send that email off to that user, and then they can click on that link and start using the resources that you have provided. And after a quick refresh, we can see my Robert vendor has shown up. External authentication requests are important to businesses who bring in contractors and clients to have access to some of an organization's Azure resources. I'm going to describe Entra ID conditional access. This is a way that we can go ahead and tell what users can and can't do as far as logging in, accessing resources, and even installing various different applications. It's a great security tool. It allows administrators to control, allow, or deny access to resources based on specific conditions. It's also used to configure multi-factor authentication. Conditional access is considered what's called a zero trust policy engine, and it allows organizations to enforce access controls based on conditions. And I'm going to do a demonstration on how to do this later on in this video. If a user wants to access a resource, such as install an application, then they must satisfy certain conditions, such as performing multi-factor authentication to gain that access. It combines signals like user identity, device state, location, risk detection, all these different ways of making a condition for your conditional access policy. And it enhances security by blocking access or requiring stronger authentication or restricting user sessions when they don't meet those particular requirements. I'm in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center at admin.microsoft.com, and I'm going to go to where it says Active Users. Now inside Active Users, I need to make sure that the user that creates a conditional access policy has a P1 or P2, which is a premium Entra ID license. So I'll go to Licenses and Apps, And you can see I've got an Azure Active Directory Premium P1. This is called an Azure Active Directory Premium license because it used to be called Azure Active Directory, but they renamed it to Entra ID. They just haven't quite synced up all the different documentation that calls it by the new name. So after you go ahead and purchase and add in your P1 or P2 license, as I have shown how to purchase licenses in a previous Azure AZ900 video, then you can go to the Azure portal. Inside the Azure portal, I'm going to click on Microsoft Entra ID. If you don't see it here, you can go ahead and click on Search at the top. Now, once I'm in my Entra ID section, I want to go down to the left-hand side where it says Security. Inside Security, under Protect, you're going to see Conditional Access. This is where we create and edit any of our conditional access policies. So I've already got one policy created that I'd done in a previous demonstration, so let's take a look at it. In this case, it's an Adobe application for my Portland office. So it says Adobe App for Portland. You can see the assignments, the specific users that are included, and you can add or subtract from those users. In this case, we can see the Add Application Group, and if I want to add users to that group, I can do that in Entra ID. Then you can see the target resources. The target resources are going to be, in this case, the Adobe Acrobat application. Then the location. Do they meet the location requirements? In this case, it's going to be any network, but you can certainly change it if you'd like. And the policy has been set to enable. I'm going to go back to conditional access and create a new policy, but this time I'm going to create a policy from a template that's going to require multi-factor authentication. Here you can see a lot of different templates that allow you to create your own brand new type of policy. So we have secure foundation policies, zero trust, remote work, all different types. I'm going to choose to require multi-factor authentication for admins. If I click View, it'll give me an idea of what this is going to do and who it's going to affect. So it's going to require multi-factor authentication for all these different groups. However, it's going to exclude the user that I'm logged in with, because that way, if for some reason I accidentally block myself out from being able to log in, then that would be a real problem. So you can see under excluded users, it's going to be current user. So I'm going to choose to review and create. I'm going to choose the policy name. I'll just leave it as the default. And at this point, I'm going to leave it as report only. Report only is a good idea because it's going to report on anything that triggers this particular policy. Then once you realize how it's going to affect your network, you can go ahead and turn it on or make changes. If I scroll down, you can see all the different users and groups it's going to affect based on role-based access control. And it's going to affect everything as far as access to cloud apps, or all apps in this case. And it's going to grant access after the user is logged in with multi-factor authentication. So I'll go ahead and click Create. I'll go back to Policies. And now we see the Require MFA for Admin. And here's my policy. And once again, I can go ahead and make changes to it as needed. Microsoft really wants you to know and understand what a conditional access policy is for your AZ900 exam. Mostly, they want you to know that this is great for security and limiting users until they meet certain security requirements. Role-based access control is Microsoft's way of adding users and groups to be able to access specific resources or be able to do certain functions within Azure. And you'll definitely want to know this information when you take your AZ900 exam. Let's take a look at role-based access control. This is an authorization system that manages who can access what resources and perform which actions in Azure. It works by creating what's called role assignments that connect a user, group, or application to a specific role at a defined scope. That scope could be a subscription, a resource group, or a resource itself. Azure Role-Based Access Control is going to promote security by adhering to the principle of least privilege, which we've talked a lot about in this AZ900 course. and it ensures users only have the access necessary to perform their job functions. Let's take a look at role-based access control. I'm going to go in the Azure portal and click on Microsoft Entra ID. And then on the left-hand side, I'm going to click on Roles and Administrators. This is a part of role-based access control. There's also other locations where we can add access or remove it as well. Now, if I scroll down, you can see all the different types of access as I've shown in a previous video, but we're going to go a little bit further. Once again, Global Administrator has the most amounts of rights. So here you can see the 2 users that have those rights, and the interesting part is going to be the description. Because in the description, you can see all the different role permissions that are included, and there's a lot of them. But keep in mind, it doesn't include all of them. Not all of the roles are in the Global Administrator. You may still need to go back into other roles and add yourself as needed. Typically, I find that I just assume I have access to everything I need until I don't. And then when I don't, there's a message that pops up and says, hey, in order to do this, you have to add this user to this role. I go back to this location and go ahead and add myself to that role simply by clicking that particular role and then going to where it says assignments and add assignments. And then I would pick the user that I want or the group. In this case, I'll pick Al, click add, and now Al is a member of the Exchange Backup Administrator role group assignment. I'm going to go back to my roles, and this time I'm going to create a new custom role. This is something I have not done in a previous video in this course. And I'll call this one Custom 1. And you can put in a description, you can start from scratch, or clone from an existing custom role. I'll start from scratch, click Next. Now I'm going to go through all the different permissions that I can choose for this role. And this includes all of the different roles. So just for fun, I'm going to check several boxes just randomly. And then click Next. And then I'll click Create. Now my Custom 1 role has been created after I click a quick refresh. And I don't necessarily have to scroll down to it. I could just go ahead and choose Custom 1, and then it'll show my Custom 1 role. So I'll go ahead and select it. Now, the only thing I haven't done yet is to assign anyone to it. So once again, I'll click on Add Assignments, and this time I'll choose the Just-in-Time group or JIT group and click Add. And now I've added this particular group and anyone in it to be able to have this particular role-based access control. If there's been any activity, I can also select that as well, and I can also troubleshoot if there's any issues. Role-based access control is essential to assigning rights to users and groups in Azure and important knowledge for the AZ900 exam. In previous videos in this AZ900 course, I went ahead and showed you how to create a conditional access policy for Zero Trust. Microsoft also wants you to understand the concepts of Zero Trust. Zero Trust is a security framework, and it assumes no implicit trust. Instead, it requires explicit verification for every user, device, and application attempting to access resources. Implicit trust basically means that it would trust you automatically without any type of verification, and there's none of that with Zero Trust. Explicit verification means you need to put in a username, a password, multi-factor authentication, or whatever else is required. Then there's verify explicitly. Don't trust anyone or anything by default. Always authenticate and authorize based on all available data points, including the identity, the device health that you're logging in from, location, and potential anomalies that could come up. Least privilege access is the way to go, where it grants users only using the permissions they need to perform their tasks for a limited time. This is known as just-in-time. You can grant users, or even junior administrators, the ability to perform specific tasks as long as it's done within the time frame that you allow, and with the minimal amount of rights. You need to assume that you've already been hacked in a zero-trust network. You operate with that understanding that attackers are already present on your network. So we need to segment access. That means to minimize the blast radius. Segmenting access will limit the potential damage from a compromise. So this means to separate resources from users and groups physically or logically from each other to minimize damage. Then you need to use encryption, end-to-end encryption, securing communications and data at every stage. Finally, we need to implement continuous monitoring, to use analytics and automation to gain visibility, detect any threats that are coming, and respond quickly. If you're not prepared for a disaster, then when that disaster hits, it will be so much worse than if you had properly prepared for it. Least privilege believes the worst possible thing has already begun. So just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they aren't out to get you. This is a big part of your AZ900 knowledge. Prior to studying for the AZ900, you may never have heard of the Defense in-Depth model, but it is something Microsoft wants you to know about for the AZ900 exam. So here's the defense in-depth strategy. It uses a series of mechanisms to slow the advancement of an attack that aims to gain unauthorized access to data. Remember the term slow the advancement, because that is the type of knowledge you need. It will protect data by implementing multiple layered security measures across different areas of your IT environment. And it's a castle-like approach where each layer acts as a barrier, slowing down attacks and providing alternative protection if one layer is breached. When it comes to defense in depth, it's a great idea to think of it as a castle strategy. You've got the outer walls, then you have the castle walls. You have multiple different layers before you can get to the king. In this case, the king is going to be your data. Here is the defense in-depth graphic that will kind of give you a visual representation of how this looks. You've got physical, which is going to be, say, the physical environment where your attacks might take place. Then you've got identity and access. This is your username, your password, your multi-factor authentication. You've got networking, where you can control things using access control lists and firewalls. Then you've got applications that you use to access the data, and then the data itself. On the back end, you have application, compute, and networking as well. So this represents the physical network, the physical computer, things like that. Whereas the top part is more representing the logical, with the exception of the physical environment where the data is being housed. You won't need to memorize everything that you see here. The important parts of this for the AZ900 is that you remember that this model is a layered approach to security. The defense in-depth model is a proven way to slow down attacks when they occur. I really like Microsoft's Defender for Cloud because it not only protects your resources, but it also is going to give you suggestions on how to increase your security. Let's take a look at Defender for Cloud for your AZ900 exam. Starting out with Defender for Cloud for Applications. This is going to deliver full protection for your software as a service applications. And it will help to monitor and protect your cloud applications, such as email from Exchange Online and also Microsoft 365 Office products. Then we have Cloud Access Security Broker. This is a shadow IT discovery service to hunt down threats. It also gives you visibility into cloud app usage by your users and protection against app-based threats from anywhere in the cloud, as well as information protection and compliance assessments. It could be great for compliance for certain vertical markets with those requirements. For the Software as a Service Security Posture Management, this enables security teams to improve your organization's security posture and stay in compliance. Defender for Cloud has advanced threat protection, and it's part of Microsoft's Extended Detection and Response, or XDR solution. It enables a powerful link between malware and vulnerability visibility across many different types of advanced attacks. It also includes app-to-app protection, which extends the core threat scenarios to OAuth-enabled apps. A lot of different applications now are using OAuth for their authentication to allow users to access those applications. And you want to make sure that if there's any vulnerabilities, that they're going to be protected against using Defender for Cloud. So what is the purpose for Defender for Cloud? It continuously evaluates your cloud posture across Azure, Amazon Web Services, and Google. It identifies misconfigurations, vulnerabilities, and compliance gaps. So it's not all about Azure resources. You could also protect in other cloud services. And it's going to apply workload protection for virtual machines, containers, databases, all the different types of resources that you can create in your cloud. And then it responds to threats in real time and provides actionable alerts, which I'm going to show you in a demonstration here shortly. It also provides automation on what to do when those alerts happen and integration with SIEM or SOAR tools, which are log aggregators that basically take logs from multiple different locations, bring them all into one location, and then determine what types of threats or vulnerabilities are there. In the Azure portal, you'll want to search or click on Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Here you can see I've got my subscription and I've got 5 different assessed resources, and you can see all the different environmental risks and secure score, things like that. Now I don't have a lot going on in Defender for Cloud right now, but if I click on my assessed resources, it's going to give us a really good idea of what's happening. Here you can see the resource count by environment, so I can add Defender for Cloud to my resources in Azure. You can see 5 of those. I don't have any in AWS or Google, but you can see how easy it is to see the resource count by those different environments. Here are the different resources and the unhealthy resources that are reported, and I'm going to click on the virtual machine because you can see there's recommendations that I can do to make my environment more secure for my virtual machine. It also can show me alerts, installed applications, and any secrets involved, say with encryption. But take a look at these various different severities and their status. For instance, I'm going to click on this top one, and it's going to give me an idea of what's wrong. So you can see Defender for Cloud has identified some of your network security groups, inbound rules to be too permissive. So it's saying on the right-hand side, I got to take action. I can go into networking and it gives me step-by-step instructions on how to lock down those ports. If I scroll down, you can see that it also gives me risk factors as well as tactics and techniques to resolve the issue. Defender for Cloud can protect all these resources in these different cloud environments and notify you of any issues that can trigger an alert. For the AZ900, be sure to understand that Defender for Cloud is the Azure product that should be licensed for protecting these types of resources. When studying for the AZ900 exam, I was surprised at how many different cost management services were in Azure. And I believe it's because Microsoft has found that a lot of clients have canceled their Azure resources because they ended up costing more than they thought they would. So Microsoft has created all these different ways to ensure that you're not going to get any surprise billings. So let's take a look at Azure cost management. First, you've got CPU time. This is going to be something that's definitely going to affect the cost. Resource location and usage meters such as CPU time, disk size, and write operations, they're all used to calculate your bill for an Azure resource. Deleting or deallocating a resource means you'll no longer be billed for it. And different regions can have different associated prices. For instance, the East Coast of the US may have higher electricity costs than, say, the Midwest, and that could definitely affect the cost that's charged to you. There's multiple different tools used to assess cost, such as the total cost of ownership calculator. This is going to help you estimate the cost savings over time of operating a solution in Azure compared to operating in an on-premises data center. So keep that in mind. This is a comparative tool. This is a tool that will compare on-premises to Azure. I mentioned that multiple times because I believe it's going to be important for you to know. Then you've got the Azure Cost Reduction Plan. This involves using tools like Azure Cost Management to monitor spending and apply the Azure Savings Plan to compute or Azure reservations for discounts on stable workloads. Let's take a look at the Azure Pricing Calculator. This is going to help estimate the cost of cloud services before deployment based on selected configurations. You're going to find the finance department is going to use this tool to plan budgets, evaluate costs of impact of architecture decisions, and avoid those billing surprises. Another tool is the Azure Cost Management. This is going to create and manage cost and usage budgets by monitoring resource demand trends, as well as consumption rates and cost patterns. It allows you to look at historical data to generate reports and forecast future usage. Next, we see resource cost options. This is going to allow you to select resource costs when you go to create an Azure resource, such as creating a virtual machine, storage, or other type of resource. So you'll be able to see the comprehensive breakdown of expenses associated with all resources within that resource group. When I went to create a virtual machine in a previous demonstration, you saw the resource cost option was there that I could have selected for this information. After that, we've got the Azure Advisor, and this analyzes the account usage and makes recommendations based on its set and configured rules. And finally, Azure Reservations. This offers a huge discount of up to 72% compared to pay-as-you-go prices. To receive the discount, you need to reserve and pay in advance for these resources up to 3 years at a time. This is an important part of your AZ900 exam. Be sure to understand the differences between what affects the Azure costs and how to plan for these costs as shown in the video. I'm in the Azure portal, and I'm going to choose Cost Management, and you can do a search for that if you don't see it. And inside Cost Management, it gives me a lot of different types of access. But what I want to do is I want to focus on cost analysis. And once I choose the cost analysis, I'm going to select daily costs. This will tell me up to today what types of costs I've incurred. And here you can see. And fortunately, it's not very much money. So far, you can see my storage has only cost $1.20, and the location in US West, my virtual network has cost 46 cents. All the different information is there to help me determine what I'm being charged as of right now. If I go back to cost analysis, I can also click on accumulated costs. And we can see a graph that shows the costs and how they are rising based on the added resources and the usage of those resources. Now I'd like to type in Advisor for Azure Advisor. And there's Advisor. I can go ahead and take a look. And Advisor is giving me some information about my various different resources as well as costs. I'm going to click on See List of Cost Recommendations. And that opens up a new web page, and here's all the different advice it's giving me to make sure that I have the best type of setup for my resources so I'm not being charged any surprise bills. Make sure you've taken a look at all the different cost management features to make sure that you understand how they work and what they do. You should know the pricing calculator and the total cost of ownership calculator and how they compare and contrast. Let's take a look. First off, you have the Azure Pricing Calculator. This is going to estimate the costs of operation. The total cost of ownership calculator is a little bit different. What it does is it compares your current on-premises infrastructure costs, including capital expenditures like hardware and ongoing costs, things like that, to projected costs within Azure. The pricing calculator is for execution and granular Azure costs, while the TCO calculator is for strategic migration planning and business justification. The Azure Pricing Calculator is going to be involved with what's called operational expenditures, or OpEx. These are ongoing expenses with Azure resources. whereas the total cost of ownership calculator is going to measure capital expenditures, which is the comparison to on-prem expenses. You won't be able to access either of these calculators inside Microsoft Azure, so just do a Google search for each of them. So in this case, you can see I've got the Azure pricing calculator, and it's going to estimate some costs for me. Let's add an estimate for virtual machines. So I'll click Add to Estimate. And now I'm going to scroll down, and it's going to give me some options for my virtual machine, such as the region that I'm in. So go ahead and choose whatever region is closest to you. Now, not all the regions are going to be able to handle virtual machines. So you're going to see some regions are missing. But that's all right. We'll just choose the one that we want. And it's going to go ahead and update. Now we're going to choose the operating system. You can choose Linux, Windows, and then you can choose the OS type. In this case, I'm going to choose the OS only. You could also choose BizTalk or SQL. And then the tier, basic or standard. After that, we've got the category, the type of use. I'm going to choose general purpose, but you've got multiple options. And then the instance series, this is going to have to do with your processor. So if you want a specific processor, you can choose that here. Next, you can choose the instance. So you hit the drop down. This gives you the amount of RAM, hard drive space, and how many virtual cores you're going to use. I'm going to say I want to choose 2 cores, and I'll say 14 gigabytes of RAM and 600 gigabytes of temporary storage. Now, how many virtual machines do you want? I'll just choose the one, and you can see the standard 730 hours in a month. And then say you would like to include the license or choose the Azure Hybrid benefit. And this provides a discount in an Azure Hybrid type of environment with on-premises. I'll choose the pay-as-you-go. But you can see you can also prepay and save some money. You can choose a reserved option, which is going to save you even more money. But you can see the total amount of estimate at this point is $525 a month. Now, it could end up costing you a lot more if you use the server very heavily, such as adding applications, a lot of users connect to it, maybe you set up a VPN tunnel. You could also save money by shutting down the virtual machine every night. Then it might be a lot less than the $525. You can also add additional storage, which would also add additional cost as well. These concepts are pretty straightforward in the AZ900 exam. You won't have to go too deep into the details, just have a high-level view of the various different differences and comparisons between these two calculators here. I realize that cost management has been covered in previous videos, but Microsoft has created another objective to discuss cost management capabilities within Azure, starting with the cost reduction plan. The cost reduction plan is Azure's way of involving tools like the Azure Savings Plans and Azure Reservations for predictable compute usage, leveraging the Azure Hybrid benefit for existing software licenses, as well as setting up budgets and cost alerts. And there's monitoring and analysis. This is going to allow you to view a detailed cost breakdown by subscription, resource group, service, or tag. And it helps you to analyze trends over time to identify cost drivers and anomalies. You can use Power BI integration for advanced reporting and visualization. Power BI basically takes any type of data source and turns it into a graphical type of representation, which makes it easier to understand. Budgeting and alerts sets budgets at various different scopes, such as the management group, subscription, or resource group. And you can receive alerts when spending approaches or exceeds those thresholds. You can apply tags to resources for granular cost attribution, such as billing by department or by project. You can use cost allocation rules to split shared costs across teams or business units. Forecasting and reporting will predict future costs using historical usage and pricing models. I showed some of this in a previous demonstration video you can check out if you haven't yet seen it. And there's optimization tools which integrate with Azure Advisor, also another demonstration I've already done, to get recommendations on right-sizing reserved instances and eliminating idle resources. For governance and ownership, this will align cost visibility with organizational hierarchy using management groups. You can delegate access to cost data based on roles and scopes, and this ensures policies will prevent overspending on unauthorized deployments. There are many different tools to ensure your budget is met within Azure. One of the main reasons companies move resources back on premises is cost and the lack of understanding of what Azure resources cost the end of each month. By using these tools, companies can budget properly to avoid those types of mistakes. These areas are covered in the AZ900 exam. When I've created resources in previous demonstrations, I've shown you resource tags. Microsoft wants to make sure you understand what resource tags are and how they're used. Resource tags offer no direct function. It's purely for organizational purposes for the client. Tags offer the custom grouping of resources. Resource tags are used to locate and act on resources associated with specific workloads, environments, business units, and owners. And you can use more than one resource tag per resource, up to 50 tags per resource if needed. They can be auto-created by ARM templates or manually created when creating the resource. Otherwise, they are manually created during resource creation, as I'm about to show you in this demonstration. Let's create a resource such as a virtual machine. I'm going to click on Create Virtual Machine. And as I have shown in a previous demonstration, I'm going to get it all the way through this wizard until we get to the tags section. And here is the tag section. Now take a look. You can set a name for this, set a value, and there's a whole bunch of different resources that get created when you create a virtual machine. If I were to create a different type of resource, I would see a different list of resources that you could go ahead and check or uncheck. I'm going to call this virtual machine VM-demo and bill it to the accounting department. I'm also going to give it another name because I can't use the same name twice, and say this also needs to get billed off to the IT department. Now we're going to split up the billing on these resources. So I'm going to unselect all, and I'm going to say the disk, the network interface, and the public IP address is going to be billed to the accounting department. But the other resources are going to be billed into the IT department. So here you can see each of the different resources are being billed to their appropriate department. And we can add up to 50 of these if we like. Resource tags are useful internally to any organization, but they do not make any changes to the resource itself. Pay close attention to ARM templates and how tags can be auto-created for your AZ900 studies. There are many tools to keep organizations compliant with various different government and corporate standards. And this is part of the objectives for the AZ900 exam. Starting out with Azure policy, this is going to enforce organizational standards and compliance by evaluating resources against defined rules. And they can be used to restrict types of resources that can be deployed and enforce security conventions, such as ensuring backup policies are applied. Also, multi-factor authentication. Then we have Azure Cost Management and Billing. This will help you monitor, allocate, and optimize your spending across Azure as well as third-party resources. It provides budgets to set spending thresholds and receive alerts when limits are reached. There's multiple different cost management programs within Azure. Then we have Microsoft Purview. This is a very comprehensive compliance type of resource that you can get from Azure, and it contains a lot of different features. Many of the features can be found in Purview that were mentioned in this course. It's a comprehensive way to keep data secure and compliant, such as offering unified data governance, risk, compliance, data loss prevention, and more. Azure Role-Based Access Control was demonstrated in a previous video, and it manages access to Azure resources by defining who can do what and to what resource. You can assign users specific permissions to access and manage resources based on their roles. And it works alongside Azure policy using conditional access to ensure security and compliance. I've gone to purview.microsoft.com and it's going to show me the Microsoft Purview portal. And look at all these different types of solutions to keep you in compliance. I'm going to click on View All Solutions just so you can see we've got core capabilities, risk and compliance, which shows communication compliance, compliance manager, e-discovery. That will help you search for all different types of terms for regulatory compliance. And you've got data governance. Remember, that has to do with the rules of the government that you live under, as well as the corporate standards of the organization that you work. And you've got a couple of different options here, data catalog and data lifecycle management. Data lifecycle management will basically give you the ability to manage the lifecycle of your different resources. Mostly it has to do with making sure that data doesn't stick around too long that could cause a potential legal or compliance issue. Data security is one of the most popular sections of Microsoft Purview, such as data loss prevention. Data loss prevention I've used many times with clients in order to keep specific types of phrases and words from being able to be sent off to other users within the organization, but also outside of the organization to other people or other places where that data should not be released, such as social security numbers, bank account information, or credit card numbers. There's also an insider risk management area which helps secure internal users when any type of security breach has been detected by Microsoft Purview to help keep you in compliance. This is very useful for organizations that do subcontract work for other organizations or government work. It will quickly identify and take action on any type of insider risks as well as threats. It was originally created by Microsoft to monitor their own employees. And there's a knowledge center to help you learn more about compliance when it comes to Microsoft Purview. Governance and compliance ensures that organizations are compliant with all laws and rules in which they operate. For the AZ900, Azure policy is one of the most important portions to grasp. In a previous AZ900 video, I showed you the Microsoft Purview Admin Center, but Microsoft would like us to go a little bit deeper into what Purview does for the AZ900 exam. So let's take a look. Microsoft Purview provides what's called unified data governance, and it offers a single integrated platform to discover, classify, and manage data from various sources, including various different cloud services, not just from Azure, but also from AWS, as well as on-premises systems. Also, we've got data discovery and cataloging. Purview is going to create a data map that provides a view of all data, enabling users to find and understand available data sets through a centralized portal. One of the things that my clients have used a lot with Purview is sensitive information protection. And this service is going to help to identify and classify and protect sensitive data using tagging, encryption, and access controls to prevent any data leaks. You can even create sensitive word lists, so specific words will be considered sensitive when they're shared between users or with the outside world. Another area Purview covers is compliance and risk management. By monitoring internal and external risks and providing tools to meet regulatory standards, Purview is going to simplify compliance, and it helps organizations adhere to legal and industry requirements. It also includes data lineage tracking, which provides visibility into how data is transformed and moved across different sources. And it's essential for understanding data flow as well as troubleshooting issues. And data quality and access, where Purview includes features for data profiling, cleansing, and validation to improve data reliability. And it also helps streamline workflows for data access requests. I'm in Microsoft Purview, as you have seen in a previous demonstration video, but now I'm going to demonstrate one of these different compliance and data security types of features. I'm going to click on Data Loss Prevention. Inside Data Loss Prevention, it allows me to create policies. And these policies are going to help us protect our sensitive information to allow us to stay compliant. So for instance, I've created some policies previously. Let's take a look at the personally identifiable information. And it will try to keep that information from getting spread through Exchange email or OneDrive accounts. I'm going to create a brand new policy just so we can see how that's done. So we'll choose what type of data to protect. We can either choose Microsoft 365 Office types of applications, or we can choose the cloud apps. I'll choose the first option and click Next. Then I'll choose Medical and Health. And here you can see there's a whole bunch of different types of health regulations. And you'll see even more under the financial option as well. I'll go back to Medical and Health. I'm going to choose HIPAA because that's a really common one in the United States, and click Next. Now I'm going to choose to name this HIPAA Rule. So you can see this is designed for the health vertical market. Click Next. When you set up Microsoft Purview, you're also going to set up what's called admin units. Admin units basically, in this case, would be a city where an office is located or some other way that you segment your population. So I've previously created an admin unit called Portland OR, and I can go ahead and choose that if I'd like, and click Next. Now you can see the location where this rule is going to be applied. You can see Exchange email, SharePoint, and OneDrive accounts. I'm just going to limit this particular rule to Exchange email. I can also click Edit on the actions. I can choose to exclude specific groups, or I can choose just to use specific groups, or I can just say all groups. And that makes the most sense in many cases. I'm going to choose the template policies, but you can create a custom rule as well if you'd like. So by default, it's going to protect against specific things, such as social security number, DEA number, physical addresses, all these different types of things. So if there are any emails with any of these types of information in them, then it's going to block those emails depending on the settings that the administrator does in order to keep that information from going out through email. Now you can choose to protect with people outside my organization or only inside. So if you choose only inside, you'll probably want to create a separate one for outside as well. And here you can edit to add in additional information if you'd like, such as if you wanted to add credit card information into this particular rule. I'll click Next. Here's the protection action. So once one of these types of personally identifiable information happen, what do you want to do about it? Here you can see that you're going to get a tip. You can also send an incident report in email or send alerts if any DLP rules match. And you can customize the alert configuration as well. And there's the bottom option to restrict access or encrypt the content in Microsoft 365. By default, you're going to see that users are blocked from sending email and Teams chats and channel messages that contain the type of content you're protecting if you chose all those different options. It's always a good idea to run the policy in simulation mode before you go ahead and turn the policy on. Otherwise, you might find that there are some issues and you're going to block something that you didn't mean to do. So I'll go ahead and click Submit after confirming. When it comes to the AZ900 exam, you don't have to get as granular as knowing what each and every individual Microsoft Purview feature does. However, it's a great idea to understand for the AZ900 that Purview is all about compliance and making sure that no rules or laws are broken within your jurisdiction. I briefly touched on Azure policies in a previous video, but let's do a little bit of a deeper dive for the AZ900 exam. Azure policies will enforce different rules across all resource configurations so that the configurations can stay compliant with corporate standards. It serves as a central Azure governance tool to enforce organizational rules, ensuring resources maintain compliance with internal standards, security, and cost constraints. And it's going to evaluate and act on resource properties during or after creation. It supports actions like blocking deployments or deny. It also does auditing noncompliance or even modifying resources, which makes it critical for large-scale cloud management and regulatory adherence. Let's take a look at Azure policies for the AZ900 exam. In the Azure portal, all you need to do is to type in policy, and you'll see the Azure Policy Admin Center pop up. There are already multiple different policies that were created by default. So here you can see the default subscription, default for containers, data protection, things like that. If I click on View All the different policies that come by default. Let's go ahead and find out why it is we're non-compliant with this default subscription. If I scroll down, you can see all the different groups that are either compliant or not in compliance. I'm going to choose the first one here that says Detection and Analysis. And when I open that up, we can see the overview. And you can see the guidance. The important part here is the guidance because it's going to tell us what's wrong as well as what they recommend. There's even links on how to go ahead and resolve some of these issues. However, what I like to do is to click on Policies and Resource Compliance. So here are the policies that are applied to those groups. So for instance, I'll go ahead and click on Microsoft Defender for storage should be enabled. And I'll go ahead and scroll down. I do have a storage account, and it's saying that I did not enable Microsoft Defender for storage to protect it. So it's saying here that it should be enabled. So you really have to drill down into each of these different policies and the assignments and the groups to understand exactly what's going on. I'm going to go back to the initial page where all this was configured. And I'm going to go to where it says Getting Started. So all these policies that are there need to have policies assigned to various different types of resources, such as that storage account. If I click on View Definitions, I can choose one of the names, such as Audit Virtual Machines without Disaster Recovery. And then I'll click Assign Policy. And I'll go through the wizard just like creating any other type of resource. We'll go through and we can check the box for create a managed identity. And I'll just go ahead and choose the system assigned identity. And here you can say what the non-compliance message is going to say to that particular virtual machine owner when they either create a virtual machine or when they go ahead and use an existing one. I'll say to be sure to stay in compliance and click Next. And now I can choose to review and create by assigning this policy, and it will assign it to my virtual machines. Creating Azure policies is an important part of your AZ900 studies. Knowing what they do and how to create them are important skills. Resource locks, when you create a resource, can help keep your resources from getting accidentally deleted. It's a pretty straightforward concept and something you should know for your AZ900 exam. Resource locks prevent the accidental change or deletion of a resource. And the resource locks protect against accidental deletion or modification of Azure resources by applying a read-only or cannot delete lock at various different scopes, such as management groups, subscriptions, resource groups, or individual resources. Let's take a look at how we can apply those. As I had mentioned, you can apply a lock to just about anything, including the subscription, your resource groups, the resources themselves. I'll just randomly choose my resource group called Resource Group 2. And on the left-hand side, expand Settings, and then go to where it says Locks. At this point, it says it has no locks, so I'll go ahead and add one. I'll call this one RG2 lock. And now we need to choose the lock type. If we choose read-only from the drop-down, then two things cannot happen. One is you cannot make changes to this resource group. The other is you cannot delete it. If you change from read-only to delete, then changes can be made to the resource group, but it cannot be deleted. You'll find that all of this information is going to be very important for your AZ900 exam. There is a comprehensive list of features and tools for managing and deploying Azure resources. However, for the AZ900 exam, you don't have to have deep knowledge of all of these. Just make sure you understand a definition of what each one does. For instance, starting out with the Azure portal. We've been in the Azure portal a lot in this AZ900 course. This is a web-based graphical user interface, and it allows for the management of Azure resources through a web browser. You can go ahead and create users and enter ID, add resources like virtual machines and storage. Then there's the Azure Cloud Shell, and this is a browser-based command line tool that's accessible from the Azure portal, which I've shown you in previous demonstrations. It supports both Azure PowerShell for Windows-based commands and Azure Command Line Interface for Bash-based scripts. Azure PowerShell is a command line shell for professionals to run commands called commandlets for managing Azure resources. And we can use these commandlets to create resources or make changes. And Azure CLI, or Command Line Interface, is a cross-platform command line tool for creating and managing Azure resources. For managing resources, we have Azure Arc, and this is a service that provides a unified control plane for managing Azure and non-Azure resources across hybrid and multi-cloud environments, such as on-premises, in the Azure cloud, in Google Cloud, or in AWS. Azure Resource Manager, ARM, is a service that provides a management layer for deploying, updating, and deleting resources. It serves as a backend for Azure interactions. And you can save a lot of time by using ARM templates instead of manual creation. And what about those ARM templates? Well, these are JSON files used with Azure Resource Manager to define infrastructure as code, or IAC, something we went over in a previous video. This allows for consistent and repeatable deployments of resources across multiple different environment types. And resource groups. This is where resources are created and stored. Once you create a resource, it gets stored inside a resource group, which you can create new resource groups as needed, or you can go ahead and use previous ones already created. Resource tags, which are mainly used for organization and billing purposes that don't actually make any changes to the original resource themselves. Azure Monitor, which is a suite of tools that provides monitoring, diagnostics, and performance analysis for Azure resources that you create. And Azure Advisor. This is an AI-powered service, and it offers recommendations for optimizing Azure resources based on best practices. I'm going to show a demonstration where I use Azure Cloud Shell to open PowerShell and create a new Azure user. First, I'll install the module for the Microsoft Graph, and if you don't have the module installed, then the commandlets that you type afterwards may not work properly. First, I'll create a password profile, which includes a password, and then I'll create a new user with the display name of Renee Thomas. I'm going to enable the account, create the nickname of Renee T, and create a fully qualified user principal name, which is going to be Renee T, at techpubhub.onmicrosoft.com. I'm in Microsoft Azure, and I'll click on the Cloud Shell. And once again, I've gone ahead and automatically connected into the storage account that I used in a previous demonstration of this AZ900 course. I've cleared the screen, and now I'm going to type in some of the commands that will allow me to create this user. First, I'm going to paste in the commandlet to install the module for Microsoft Graph. I'll go ahead and say yes to go ahead and install the module. It might take a minute for the modules to install. Once again, I'll clear the screen, and I'm going to paste in the password profile. And now I'm ready to create my new user. And there's my user, Renee Thomas. Let's just double check that it shows up in Enter ID. And there's our new user. Using PowerShell through the Cloud Shell option is a great way to add resources and users in Azure. Continuing on with our AZ900 course, in this objective from the Microsoft Guide, we're going to describe the Azure portal. What you may realize is there is some overlap on various different subjects and objectives, but that's okay. It will help us reinforce what we've learned from previous videos. So, describe the Azure portal. It's a unified console, a single web-based interface for managing your entire Azure subscription. It's used for managing resources. You can create, manage, and monitor anything from web apps to complex cloud infrastructure. It's a guided experience. The portal uses wizards and tools that I've shown in many demonstrations to help you create new resources. To keep from having surprise billing, Microsoft Azure includes cost management using many different tools we've talked about in previous videos. It provides visibility into current and projected costs, which helps you monitor and avoid these billing surprises. It has customizable dashboards. Users can create personalized dashboards to organize and monitor specific resources based on their projects and roles. Now, I've used these customizable dashboards a lot. I like to move various different resources and different boxes to the top of my various different portals, and others that I don't need as much or at all, I can put to the bottom or just get rid of altogether. The Azure portal is continuously updated and resilient to data center failures because of replication, and it has continuous availability. You've seen the Azure portal many times within this AZ900 course, but just as a reminder, you can click on More Services and search for various different types of services and resources, either by scrolling down or using the categories on the left-hand side, or using the search box at the top. Now, there's another portal that is linked to the Azure portal, and that is going to be the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Now, with the 365 Admin Center, as you've seen in previous demonstrations, you're going to license things. You're going to license users to be able to use various different types of resources, such as Microsoft Office 365 or an Enter ID Premium 1 or 2 license. So, for instance, if I go into Active Users and I select any one of my users, I'll choose my admin, which is what I'm using right now. Then you can go to Licenses and Apps, and here are all the different licenses. These are licenses that I've previously purchased, and I can now go ahead and assign them simply by selecting them and saving the changes. So once again, you license users inside the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. You create resources that you would rent on a monthly or annual basis within the Azure portal at portal.azure.com. And those resources include virtual machines, storage, SQL Server, and so much more. The Azure portal is the first stop to creating your account and your subscription and creating your first resource. Our next AZ900 objective is the Azure Cloud Shell. And although you've seen other demonstrations and discussions, I'm going to introduce some new information in this video. The Azure Cloud Shell, this is an interactive, authenticated, browser-accessible terminal for managing Azure resources. It provides a lot of flexibility of choosing the shell experience that best works for you. You can use either Bash or PowerShell. Bash would be something you would use in Linux, for instance. The Azure Cloud Shell has a CLI installer that makes its commands executable in all 4 shell environments. You can use Windows PowerShell as well as Bash from the Cloud Shell on Linux, Macintosh, and of course Windows operating systems. I'm going to select the Cloud Shell and click Connect. And you can see it's now connected. I'm going to show you a few new things in this Cloud Shell, such as expanding the screen. And if I'd like, I can switch to Bash. And now I'm in Bash, which more represents the Linux operating system command line rather than the Windows one. I'm going to start by typing in AZ login for Azure login. And here I can go ahead and log in as a different user or the same one. I'll just go ahead and click on the link. It's going to prompt me for the code, so I'll go ahead and copy the code. And this same type of authentication happens in PowerShell if you want to do anything that requires certain access that you don't already have. I'll go ahead and log in. And now it's going to say, go ahead and close this window. You're ready to go. And now you can see that I can add my subscription or tenant ID or just press enter. Let's type a few basic commands, such as the listing of any directories we have, and we can see we've got Cloud Drive as well as Microsoft. I'll change to my Cloud Drive. And I'll do an ls again. You can see there's no current files in my Cloud Drive. I'm going to create a file called test.txt. So I type the touch command to do so. And I'll type ls once again, and I've added in my text file. If I need to get any help, az-help. And here you can see I can look at all the different types of commands that I can type in using Bash. And of course you can do the same thing in Bash you could do with PowerShell, such as creating resources like new storage, new virtual machines, as well as new users. Azure CLI is very flexible to the needs of the user. It's also important to know that Bash and the PowerShell environments are available through the Cloud Shell for the AZ900 exam. For our AZ900, it's important to understand the purpose of Azure Arc. Now, there's many different ways of explaining what Azure Arc does, but simply, it's just a way to manage servers that are on premises in the Azure cloud, but also in other clouds, such as Amazon Web Services and Google. It will also install on Azure Kubernetes clusters. To get Arc on a server, we need to install a small agent on the server, and it reports all kinds of information back to Azure, where we can monitor it and control our servers remotely. I'm in Azure Arc simply by doing a search for it at the top, and here you can see the overview for Azure Arc, and I want to add resources into it. I have multiple different options. I can either add a server that's on premises or in the cloud. I can add to a Kubernetes cluster, VMware, System Center, or Azure Local. The Azure Local is only going to work if I have a special type of cluster with a certain operating system called a hyper-converged infrastructure one. So in most cases, you'll probably not use that. I'm going to choose to add a machine. Now I have the option to add a single server, multiple servers, add Windows Server with installer, or add server from AWS. For the single server, I can either choose the script, which I can download, or I can download an installer. I'm going to download an installer. I've got my Arc setup downloaded, so I'll go ahead and double-click to install. Installation usually takes about a minute, and then we'll start seeing communication between this device and the Azure portal. I'll go ahead and click Next. I'm going to sign in to Azure. And now I can click Next. I'm going to log into my Active Directory tenant. Then I'll choose my subscription. And then the resource group. And then the Azure region. So it's just like creating a new resource directly from the Azure portal. Now I've got the network connectivity option. I don't have a proxy server that stands between my computer server and the Azure portal, so I can just choose public endpoint. And I'll just attest that I already have a license covered by Software Assurance and click Next. And it was successfully added. Now I should be able to go into my Azure portal and see the server. I'll go back to my Azure Arc dashboard. And there I can see my Windows 2025 server. You can see there's lots of different things that we can do with monitoring and managing our server. There's an activity log, there's an access control feature, and we can also build to various different types of departments using tags. There's a resource visualizer. Now, if you have multiple different resources, then you can go ahead and choose those from the list that you would see here. And it takes us right back to our overview. There's many different settings that we can go ahead and use, such as connect as well as security. We can also lock the resource to make sure it cannot be deleted just by clicking the add button. And we can also monitor. It takes a little bit of time for everything to show up once you've added a new resource, such as a new server. But once it does, you'll be able to make all different kinds of changes, as well as monitor and review the logs. Azure Arc is an AZ900 objective, so you should definitely have a high-level view of what it does. Infrastructure as code is going to be something that the AZ900 will cover. So let's take a look at infrastructure as code. This is the practice of managing and provisioning IT infrastructure, such as virtual machines, networks, and storage, using machine-readable definition files rather than going in through the GUI and doing your normal manual process using a wizard to create your various different resources. You need to understand IAC as a core cloud concept and a key part of Azure management. You do not need to be a programmer. Let's start with declarative. This is where you define what the infrastructure should look like, such as I would like to create code that will create 3 virtual machines for me using these specifications, this amount of RAM, this size hard drive, etc. Then you have imperative. You are going to define how to build this virtual machine step by step, and then configure the firewall, install the operating system, things like that. Most modern infrastructure as code or IAC tools will favor the declarative syntax for clarity and repeatability. Next, you have idempotency. You can run the same script multiple times in the same infrastructure to get the same results. You can also store various different versions in Git, which is a website that is owned by Microsoft. You can do what's called version control, because that's what GitHub does. Infrastructure definitions are stored in source control, enabling rollback, auditing, and collaboration. The bottom line is, if you want to create a resource, you can do it automatically and repeat this process multiple times. You would use a JSON or other type of file, then store the file in a place like GitHub. Then you can recall it and use it in Azure to create the resources as often as you would like. This can save a lot of time compared to doing it manually. We've talked a little bit about the Azure Resource Manager, or ARM, templates in previous videos. But this is an objective that Microsoft would like you to have a little bit more information on, so let's dig in a little more. The Azure Resource Manager is the underlying platform that allows you to deploy, manage, and monitor your Azure resources. ARM is built for high availability as well as resiliency, where it distributes instances across regions to ensure continuous availability of control plane operations. And it supports the declarative model, where you define the desired state of your infrastructure and Azure handles the execution and orchestration through infrastructure as code. ARM templates are going to use what's called JSON files, or JSON, and that's going to be a programming file that describes your infrastructure. ARM templates are great because you can reuse them as often as you'd like, and you'll consistently get the same results. You can use parameters to make templates flexible, and that allows you to reuse them with different settings if you'd like, and configurations for various different types of deployments. It also supports orchestration. This is a template that defines the resources, their configurations, and their relationships. And ARM is going to orchestrate the deployment process to ensure resources are created and connected correctly and in the right order. We can go into Azure Resource Manager from the Azure portal. You can just type Resource Manager, or you can do a search for it. If I click on All Resources, you can see all the different resources that I currently have in this particular tenant. But Resource Manager is not going to get us where we need to go. What I want to do is I want to deploy a custom template. This is a custom ARM template. And you can simply type in the search box, deploy a custom template, as I have done, and now I can select that particular icon. Now I can choose the template source, I can use a quick start template, or I can specify the template. So I'll hit the drop down and look at all these different types of templates I can use that will automatically do exactly what I want it to do as often as I want it to. So I'm going to choose just randomly any one of these various different templates. And just to show you the JSON file that I talked about in the slides, I can click on Edit Template. And here you can see the file showing all the programming involved for creating this custom template if I'd like to edit it. The good news is you don't have to be a programmer if you just need to make a couple of different changes. I'm going to click Save. And scroll down and click Next. And here you can see it's going to create 7 resources with that particular template. And it shows you all the information about the template. Now, I haven't filled in all the different options, which is why it's showing us that there's a verification, such as the resource group and some other parts. But it gives you a good idea of how an ARM template is created. You create the custom deployment, you choose the template you want, you edit the JSON file if you need to, and then you can go ahead and use that same template over and over to create whatever resources you need. Azure comes with an impressive amount of monitoring tools. Azure Monitor is primarily centered around the comprehensive Azure Monitor to help maintain health and performance of Azure services. Now, it collects, analyzes, and acts on data from cloud and on-premises environments. There's lots of different features that are included, such as application insights for app performance, log analytics for querying log data, and features for setting smart alerts to trigger automated actions when performance thresholds are met. Azure Monitor also offers customizable dashboards and workbooks for visualizing performance data and gaining insight into resource health across various Azure services. And as you saw in a previous demonstration, Azure Arc. Installing Azure Arc also makes the servers available to be monitored in Azure Monitor. This is one of the objectives that Microsoft has set for the AZ900 exam. Make sure you learn these multiple different monitoring tools at a high level. Azure Advisor is a very useful tool and an objective in our AZ900 course. Azure Advisor is going to provide personalized recommendations to help improve the cost effectiveness, performance, reliability, and security of any Azure deployments by analyzing your resource configuration and using telemetry. It acts as a digital consultant, offering actionable suggestions for following best practices to optimize your Azure environment. Azure Advisor also assists with cost. And in these particular areas, Azure is going to be very helpful to make sure that you don't end up with bills that are much higher than you expect. So focus on these areas for the AZ900. Azure Advisor is going to recommend opportunities to reduce your Azure spending. It's also going to identify potential vulnerabilities as well as threats. And it looks to improve performance by suggesting ways to increase the speed and responsiveness of your applications. It also adds reliability by providing guidance to improve the availability and continuity of your services for managing and optimizing your overall cloud operations. Let's go ahead and choose Advisor from the list that you see under Services, or just go ahead and type Advisor and select it. Now take a look at these different areas. The 5 areas I just talked about: cost, security, reliability, operational excellence, and performance. We can choose any one of these where it says we can make things better. So for instance, under cost, it says we're doing the best job that is possible for making sure that we maintain the proper costs. But let's take a look at security. Here we can see that there are some recommendations, and some of them are high impact, as you see here. So I need to enable Defender for Cloud in order to go ahead and resolve with this recommendation. Then we have there should be more than one owner assigned to a subscription. And Azure Resource Manager deployments should have secret findings resolved. I'm going to choose the more than one assigned owner. I'll go ahead and select that. And that's a good idea just in case some password's been forgotten, multi-factor authentication doesn't work right. You need to have an additional owner as well. So here it shows me how to remediate this issue. I can go ahead and go to the Add Role Assignment page. I can go to the drop-down list, to the owners, and select an additional owner. So I'm going to go back to the home page. Next, I'm going to go into subscriptions. You can also do a search for that if you don't see it. Click on Azure Subscription. And then I'm going to go to where it says Access Control. Now I want to grant access to this resource. So I'll add the role assignment. And I'll choose owner in the list. And there's lots of different owners that you can see here. I'll scroll down to the sites owner, for example. Click Next. I'll choose the members. And select. And review and assign. I suggest going through all the different areas where there's suggestions to increase your security, reliability, cost, all 5 of those different areas. Advisor is just one of the many tools used by Azure to make sure you have the best experience at the best price, and is an objective for your AZ900 exam. Azure Service Health is another objective for the AZ900, and we're going to take a closer look at that, including incident reports, root cause analysis. Remember RCA, root cause analysis. This is going to provide official incident reports called root cause analysis, or RCA, which you can share with stakeholders. So let's say, for example, you had an outage a week ago and you needed to find out exactly what happened. Well, this is where you would go. You would go to Azure Service Health and look at the root cause analysis to find out. Was it an Azure outage? Was it an outage just with that particular resource? This will give you better information. Azure Status offers a global view of the health of all Azure services and regions worldwide in a glance. And then you have Service Health. Service Health is going to focus on your Azure environment, which is going to provide detailed information about current service incidents, upcoming planned maintenance, and health advisories relevant to your specific subscription and resources. And finally, there's Resource Health. It's going to give you details of the health status of your individual Azure resources, such as virtual machines and storage. And it helps you understand if a specific resource is healthy or experiencing issues. The important thing here for the AZ900 is root cause analysis for previous events that might have happened and what exactly caused those issues. I'm in the Azure portal, and I'm going to type in Service Health. And I'll select it from the list. And you can see that now tenant-based alerts are available. That's based on any tenant you might have. And if you have multiple tenants, you might want to see about the health of each one. Here you can see there's no active service issues, so it's a good day for Azure. If I click on planned maintenance, you can see if there's any maintenance that's coming up you need to be aware of. I'll click on health advisories, and there's no current health advisories, but I can create a service alert if I'd like. And I can choose the resource group for which I would like to have this particular alert set up. I can give it a name and decide how I want to be notified. We've got email, resource manager, mobile app notification, and others. I can also go to security advisories, and it can let me know if there are any security advisories going on. I can click on, once again, create a service health alert. And this will give me information on specific services. So I can go ahead and select from 250 different services. I can choose all of them if I'd like, but I might end up getting a lot of different alerts if I choose that. I can also choose the regions. If I don't do business in certain types of regions, I can go ahead and uncheck those. Or I can just uncheck all of them and then just go back in and individually check the ones I want. And take a look at the event types. We've got the security, plan maintenance. Here we can set up these types of alerts for all the different services. I'm going to click cancel on that. Here's some billing updates if there are any billing updates, and there are not. I can click on history and check out the health history. Here you can see a preliminary post-incident review, so I'll select that. And here you can see what happened, what went wrong and why, and how Microsoft responded. This is an important part for your AZ900, so make sure you recall this particular area, the preliminary post-incident review for the RCA. The good news about the AZ900 is that it's going to be a high-level view, so it's not going to ask a lot of details about these post-incident reviews. However, it's a great idea to make sure that you understand those RCA-type alerts and how to set them up. Because this is an Azure objective, we're going to look at the Azure Monitor, including log analytics and other types of alerts and insights, one more time for our AZ900 exam. Let's start with Azure Monitor. It's a platform for collecting, analyzing, visualizing, and alerting based on metrics. You can be notified when resources hit certain thresholds, and we did do a demonstration of this in an earlier video. The metrics provide numerical time series data that represents the performance of your Azure resources. Activity logs are event-based, time series data that can be queried and analyzed. It can really assist to let you know if you have any resource drift, such as needing more resources than you originally thought, or if you might notice in the log some sort of security or other issue. Log analytics, alerts, and insights, it's a little bit different than what you're going to find with the activity logs. Log analytics are going to provide a central repository known as the Log Analytics Workspace. And it's going to give you information from sources like virtual machines, web applications, network devices, and other services. You can also see the use of the Custo Query Language, or KQL. Log Analytics utilizes the KQL for powerful querying and analysis of collected log data. It takes a little bit of time to learn KQL, and it's not a big part of the AZ900 objectives and exam. However, it's a good idea to understand that Log Analytics does use the Custo Query Language. Also, it integrates with Azure Monitor. Log Analytics integrates with the Monitor, working in conjunction with other features like metrics, alerts, and insights to provide comprehensive monitoring. Proactive monitoring and alerting can help you by analyzing log data. This is where users can set up alerts based on specific conditions or patterns and trigger notifications or automated actions when issues are detected. There's other Azure service support as well. Log Analytics Workspace serves as a foundation for other Azure services like Microsoft Sentinel and Microsoft Defender for Cloud, both of which we've discussed and demonstrated in previous videos. You can also determine the data retention and management of your logs. You can set up daily caps, for instance, to help keep storage costs low. Application Insights is a feature of Azure Monitor, and it allows you to monitor running applications, which automatically detects performance anomalies and uses built-in analytics tools to see what users do on an application. That's an important piece of this because you want to know that your users are using the applications for which you're paying. All of these different types of tools and features can help you keep costs low, keep security high, and make sure that all of your resources are acting as they should.